Well, well, well. You all thought I was crazy. Just remember, when it snows at 9:08 a.m., Monday, January the 8th, 2024 in Vancouver, British Columbia, remember who bought a snow shovel and de-icing salt from Canadian Tire in the second week of August. Ooh. Oh, baby. When you see all the hosers trying to shovel their sidewalks with a broom, oh, they will get on their knees and beg for me to help. What does Rorschach say? Well, I didn't smugly offer to help them. Partly because my neighbors, I believe, still have not returned to their domicile since October. And partly because it's snowing only in the literal sense. It is light flurries that I do not believe will stick to the ground. But then, like let me see. I hate to open with the weather here because I know Apollo's the weather guy. But apparently, it's getting kind of crazy here by Vancouver standards. Hang on, I'm gonna allow ads on the weathernetwork.com. Let me see here, okay? It's barely supposed to get a little crazy. Thursday, a few flurries. Whoa, that's rough. 24-hour snow, tilde 1 centimeter. What does tilde mean? 0 centimeters, I guess. Low temperature of -10? No, holy. Okay, I don't need the shovel. I don't. It turns out I do not need the shovel. What about in the next 14 days? Next 14 days. 2 to 4 centimeters one day, possibly. I doubt it. I doubt it. Well, one day that shovel's going to be useful. I mean, it was only like $19 or something like that anyway. Let's start with some Vandal. 1987 with 55 million views. Ooh. I don't know it immediately. Let me get an electric guitar on this. Yeah. Give me piano, please. Oh, it's yeah. Heaven is a Place on Earth by Belinda Carlisle. Yeah, dude! This is a Peloton classic. This is played in every Sam Yo 80s ride. Something, something, you know what it's worth. They say that heaven is a place on earth. Heaven is a place on earth. Okay. Two guys had it wrong at the same time? Why not? Because this sounds like Bon Jovi. Especially with the piano. It's like it's Living on a Prayer but in a different key. I can't get it to line up, but it is. You got, we're halfway there. It does not work. It does sound like some Bon Jovi ass detritus, though, but instead it's actually a half decent song. That's my favorite Bon Jovi trope, is when they bring out the talk box. Anyway, Today, I think we're just gonna play some Isaac. And then at noon, Bear Taffy wants to see if I know, or can guess rather, the Rotten Tomatoes scores of random movies. He has not told me what the movies are. I will be forced to go into the memory banks. I don't know what I'm going to put on my screen. I guess maybe I need something on the screen. Maybe when he says the movie, I will go to its Wikipedia page to put it on the screen. I thought about IMDb, but IMDb is going to be too... It'll give me the user reviews, which don't always line up with Rotten Tomatoes, but it would be a little bit too... It's a data point that I shouldn't have access to. So I think Wikipedia would make more sense. And I just won't scroll down to reception. I'll just leave the text on the screen. We're back and playing Isaac. Can I say, by the way, for the last week, while riding the bike, I have eschewed Peloton classes and instead been watching some movies. I gotta say, I'm not going to bat for the Disney Corporation, but it turns out 20th Century Fox has some damn heaters, man, in their catalog. When they got acquired by the Disney Corporation and all their stuff got rolled up into Disney Plus, or maybe Hulu in the United States of America, there's some heaters on there, man. You know what I watched over the last 2 days? I finished it today. Just let me get my screen set up here. I watched Ridley Scott's 2021 film, The Last Duel, where Matt Damon has a mullet and a goatee, and Ben Affleck has a bowl cut and a goatee, and that's a 101 mile an hour fastball. I apologize because I had previously said Ridley Scott is not washed, but when he started talking his smack about Marvel movies, I was like, really, when I want my opinion on what color milk an android should bleed in outer space, spoilers, the android's not the bad guy. Double spoilers, we faked you out. He's always the bad guy. Anyway, I was like, you should stay in your lane a little bit, Ridley. A little bit. I watched, in the last week, I watched The Martian. Pretty good. Enjoyable. Certainly, I think I would call it a 3.5 out of 5. Kingdom of Heaven. They didn't have the director's cut, so I apologize. Kingdom of Heaven theatrical cut. Decent movie, sword and sandal. I gave it a 3 out of 5. Still liked it. What a cast, too. Michael Sheen, Liam Neeson, David Thewlis. I mean, we're not even talking about the top billed actors necessarily. The Last Duel, that's a 4.5 star out of 5 Andy, as far as I'm concerned. That is, I enjoyed my time with that movie immensely. .5 out of 5 is a lazy score. You're everything wrong with the state of user reviews, just so you know. Not every review needs to change the world. Not every piece of art warrants that. Some pieces of art warrants a 3.5 out of 5. I'm not going to give it a 4. You know, in no way did Ridley Scott's The Martian stick with me. I didn't think about it when I woke up the morning after I saw it. Whereas the tale of Marguerite de Carouge and the various courtiers of 14th century France is stuck with me. It's stuck with me. I've been thinking about it. I watched The Creator in theaters. I gave it a 4 out of 10. I'm thinking you're based. John Wick voice. I'm thinking you're based. Because I gave it a 2 out of 5. Which is, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not that good with fractions. I think that becomes a 4 out of 10. What else has Gareth Edwards done? Because I know his name, but I can't recall where I know it from. Oh, he did Rogue One. That's right, Rogue One. And the Godzilla. Oh, Godzilla like 2014. All right, I'm not saying he's washed. I'm just saying What has he done for me lately? No I mean, well, like it's. I don't mean to incite personal attacks on the man. I'm just. It wasn't my cup of tea. Creator felt like it's missing something significant. Hello, Corey. Hello, Corey. By the way, I feel like I feel like you're correct. I also feel like it's a good 2 out of 5 movie because it looks cool. We take these. That's beautiful, and it's so true. We do all float down here. A wise man once said. Anyway, that's all I got, because I saw someone say, did you also watch Master and Commander this weekend? Wait, because you derived that all from my tweet about Stanley Cups? January 2024, Stanley rules America. The Thermos fleet is the only thing that stands between it and world domination. Cups are now battlefields. Converter. What am I going to do with this, man? Whatever, I'm sending you. I'm sending you. But that doesn't re-roll the existing pedestal. Corey, did you know this? It doesn't re-roll the existing pedestal, bro. Since when? It was too easy, right? I didn't even look at what this was supposed to do. That's why I was... Okay, receive for 30 seconds, low speed, but get coins. Okay. You're too good to me. Mystery gift? That's a solid Andy. I'm just going to use it, though. Oh, my God! He's the best to ever do it. Okay, get me out of here. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Master and Commander. Great movie. Enjoyed it. Thought about it the morning after. I gave it a 4 out of 5. I shouldn't have stood there. I was glancing. Because it's true. Oceans are now battlefields, bro. So is the Letterboxd account real? I say this with all due respect. Many of you need to leave your house and go outside. Because I logged into my old Letterboxd account. I'm being sincere, by the way. I laughed, but it's because it's funny to me. It should not be funny to you. It should be troubling. I logged into my old Letterboxd account to like log the movies that I've seen on the bike so that I can keep them straight and remember what I thought about them. And then literally, so I logged like 4 movies that I watched last week. Then I went to bed and I woke up to like 90 emails that were like, X person just followed you on Letterboxd. X person just followed you on Letterboxd. And I'm like, so obviously, I don't know if there was a tweet or a subreddit post or something like that. I'm very flattered that you care to log in every day and see what score I gave to a movie with no review attached to it whatsoever. I will not be writing my thoughts on the movies. I will simply be putting my score there. The fact that it's not that deep is kind of, I mean, you got to understand. This is something I did with no fanfare whatsoever at like, you know, 10:43 p.m. on Saturday night. And I was like, let's just get, you know, just so I have a ledger for myself. And then I wasn't surprised, by the way, but I woke up and when I saw all the email replies, I was like, okay, I forgot what business I'm in. You know, it makes me have a lot of sympathy for Taylor Swift. This level of like popularity where you can't help but have like a national media event just for existing. It's like Taylor Swift stuns in essential sweatshirt en route to Trader Joe's. It's like, bro, she's literally buying her groceries right now. She's getting the sweet and sour chicken jalapeno poppers. Like, this is not like a concert. She's just chilling. Basement 2. No, thank you. Ooh. She isn't going to Trader Joe's? Too expensive for her? I've been trying to cook up a joke about President's Choice. It just sucks. I've been burdened with being born in Canada. So people don't know what President's Choice is unless they live here. But, like, of course that shit's the President's Choice. He's the only motherfucker that can afford it. Right? Am I right, people? Corey, am I right? Am I right? +2, +2, +2. It's probably like the 9,000th person to make that joke. He's so right. It is expensive, people. It is. What have I done? I stand to gain, oh, more than 3 cents, thank you very much, because of Humbling Bundle. I don't know, I think we're washed. White cheddar PC mac and cheese goes crazy. I don't know what to tell you, okay? I'm just saying, it's expensive. I have some respect for the products at President's Choice. I went to a President's Choice grocery store. Very rare. There's not that many in Vancouver. In the Vancouver area, I guess, there's like real Canadian superstores and stuff like that. Inside of the city proper, there ain't too many. It's mostly No Frills, if we're talking about PC brand. And I was like, this shit is too expensive. But then I went to the deli and I got some ham. And the dude, it was like going to a grocery store, I can only imagine, in like 1981. The dude was like, hello, sir, what can I get for you today? And I said, thank you, my good man. Can I have 300 grams of your country ham? And he said, it would be my pleasure. And then he sliced it in, he said, what kind of slices would you like? A question that would have very much intimidated me, you know, as a younger man. I would have been like, I didn't rehearse this one before I came out. I said, it's for sandwiches, so whatever you think is best. Hang on, give me this. He nodded and said, very good, sir. Sliced it up. I looked me in the eye, said, have a nice day. I said the same thing to him. Have a nice day. You too. You as well. Had a sandwich with it last night. It's the most lovingly cut deli meat I've ever had in my entire life. It's like Goodfellas. Like he sliced the ham with a razor blade. It's so thin, like you can see your hand through it when you take it out of the package. This man is a hero. President's Choice or Costco? This is PC, bro. I love Costco as much as the next guy. Probably more than the next guy. Based on what I've seen in chat, at least. You're not getting anything at the Costco deli counter. That stuff was shipped in by a truck. Have you ever been to an urban fair? Brother, I went to urban fair. I thought to myself, you know what? This is too expensive for me. I gotta go to suburban fair. So suburban fair is an offshoot of the Save-On brand. So my joke when I go there is, hey, do you want to? There's an urban fair close. We can go there. We can drive a little bit. We can go to a Save-On Foods, or we can stay here and go to a Spend-On Foods. That joke kills in the Lower Mainland, bro. You're welcome to use that if you live here, if you're visiting. Corey, back me up. Listen, I kind of botched the delivery. It is 9:27 a.m. on a Monday morning. I'm working on it. Still, heart rate's still a little elevated from the last duel. I don't get it. The company that owns Urban Fare owns a grocery store called Save-On Foods. But Urban Fare is like their upscale grocery store, which means they sell exactly the same products, but 30 to 100% more expensive. So you call it Spend on Foods. You understand? It's a +2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a +2. I will. I will. Best joke I've ever heard at 9:28 on a Monday morning. People make fun of it, but like no joke hits like a bad manager's joke at 9:28 on a Monday morning. Working hard or hardly working. On an extremely cold day, your boss saying, hot enough for you? Oh, man. It hits different early in the AM, bro. Catch my ass cracking up. I know. Being a class trader, cracking up at my manager's joke. He's crushed by the same boot as the rest of us, I imagine. I didn't mean to pick that up. Why did I go pick that up? Ooh. Prism's fun? Oh, that's Prism. I thought it was like Blessed Triangle. Having fun used to be my boss's favorite. You know what is annoying when I used to work in a more traditional office environment? When you are a lackey and you're pissing, and then your boss comes in. But maybe then he wants to pee alongside of you as if he's like one of you, but he mostly just golfs like all day. And you're like, brother, we can't talk about our weekend plans. Like, I was in my second year of university. What do you think I'm going to do this weekend, bro? It's Friday. I'm going to stay up until like 4:33 a.m., pass out, wake up at like 11 a.m., go out for brunch, repeat the process. And then Sunday night, I'm going to be like, yeah, I don't know. I think I have like genetic predisposition to insomnia. I just can't, I have about once a week, I have like a really hard time getting to sleep. Your ass has like 4 kids. Like what kind of like camaraderie are we going to find? Maybe that was naive of me. Or maybe he felt the same way when he came in. He just had to go piss, and then he comes in and he's like, oh, there's this college kid in here. I can't just like go into a stall that's emasculating, and I'm the manager here. I've got to project power. That's why I practice my handshake in the mirror 6 hours a day before shooting 36 holes of golf. You can just not talk? You don't get it. You don't understand. You're not cut out for this world. Urinal talk is goated. That's how I know DL Guiga's going to make it. DL Guiga, you ever think about that? You're cut from an earlier time. I mean that non-derogatorily. Millennials and Gen Z are going to kill urinal talk. And I'm going to be, I mean, I don't really mind urinal talk, but that's because I just go to a stall no matter what. Motherfuckers found my Letterboxd account after I gave a 4-star review of Master and Commander. I can't afford to be pulling my cock out in a public bathroom. You know, this shit will end up on the subreddit in like, before I even zip up. Holy cow. Were the Weaker Thens pretty big in Canada? Nope. Pretty much the same bands are popular here that are popular in the United States of America. I can't say worldwide. There are some slight difference. We do go band for band. There's the occasional difference. Tragically Hip never really popped off in the United States of America. Extremely common American L. My bad. I guess I would have rather had 9 lives there. The Moffats? Corey, how do you know the Moffats? You didn't even move here until the Moffats were but a figment of Much Music's imagination. The Moffats are Canadian Hanson. I need VIP Daniel's help on this one. I'm trying to think of what did the Moffats... I was never a big Moffats head myself, but... Metric was like... They were known in Canada. I wouldn't say they were big. They were playing like, you know, like freshman orientation concerts at mid-sized Ontario universities. And Gob, now we're talking. I hear you calling for me out in the night. and it's all bad. I know Gob. Not Job. It's a different guy. What's that song about getting a soda? Oh, you must be thinking of Might As Well Go for a Soda by Kim Mitchell. I don't really, I guess the song is just about not fighting. It goes, might as well go for a soda, nobody hurts and nobody cries. There are some Canadian bands that are bigger in Canada. Well, they're probably, like, per capita, I'm sure any Canadian band is bigger in Canada, barring a couple of exceptions, because Canadians are way more likely to listen to a band or like them if they know that they're Canadian. That's the only way you can explain the enduring popularity of the Arkells after they sold out. No disrespect. Yeah, we got Godspeed You Black Emperor. There's a lot of great Canadian bands. There's a lot of great bands from everywhere. But there's a lot of great Canadian bands. Godspeed You Black Emperor is Canadian? Yeah, bro. Where do you think East Hastings is? I thought you were a Vancouver head, the El Guiga. Oh, you didn't see that part of the city, huh? Let me guess, your ass was probably studying at the closest Brecca. Oh, I got a cram. My midterm's tomorrow. Motherfucker, I was out here walking the damn streets. I was pounding the fucking pavement. I was mostly just recording Isaac episodes, but... What happened to my spirit heart? I should never take theirs options, okay? Recording Isaac in college. Your lore is messed up. I didn't live in Vancouver for college. No province west of Ontario existed in my head until I was about 24. Now that I've lived out west for 12 years, one province west of Ontario exists in my head. But to be fair, also one province east of Ontario. To be fair. Which one? Quebec, bro. The other ones are... He will not divide us, okay? I'm not trying to draw a delineation. Maritimes are goated. In many ways, if your grandparents don't have their Ford Aerostar robbed at a Keddy in Truro, Nova Scotia, the first time you go on a road trip, sure, I bet you feel that way. My fucked up brain thinks that Quebec is the top right of Canada. I mean, you're not off by like that much, to be honest. It depends whether you put the emphasis on the top or the right, because it's a lot of people may not know this. Quebec is the largest province in Canada by area, so it stretches pretty far to the north, and it goes pretty far to the east, or as you call it, the right. I don't think you're wrong. Hello, Simvicta, by the way. Hello. We got the Northwest Territories. Yeah, that's on the other side of the country. See, that would be on, as Librarian has put it, that would be on the left side of the country. Fuck the Mercator projection. I don't know about... listen. I think it's a solved problem. I don't know shit about maps, but like... I have seen Master and Commander, If they could use the Mercator projection to sail around the Cape of Good Hope, I think it's good enough for us who are mostly just using it to study up for, like, you know, Knowledge Bowl, Reach for the Top, and online trivia. So what they say is, like, the Mercator projection is the, it's the worst possible map, except for all the other maps we've tried. Nobody's ever said that. They said it about something else, but I dare not say what it is. I've picked enough battles today. They say that about I think, democracy and capitalism. Mercator projection's a hoe? Of the stupid variety or of, like, the respectable variety? I respect all. That's why I'm asking you. The tool? It's kind of crazy to think about. What do you use the garden tool known as a hoe for? And by the way, if you laugh at that, I'm sorry to tell you, you're Ken Jennings coded. So, like, that's up to you. If you want to be Ken Jennings coded, if you want to go to confessional because you drank a diet root beer yesterday, you're making that choice, not me, okay? I do. That's up to you. I don't have control over that. It's used for tilling. More men these days play Isaac than know what tilling is. To till the soil is to prepare it for planting. Is this correct? Yes. Just realized how many fucking Matt Damon movies I've been watching, man. If you had asked me a week ago how I felt about Matt Damon, I would have said, like, he's a really good actor. After the last week of Matt Damon movies, I'm like, he's a living treasure, bro. My God. He's the hate crime guy? No, that's Mark Wahlberg. No allegedly required. But put some respect on Matt Damon's name. Just because he's from Boston doesn't mean he's committed a hate crime. That's just Mark Wahlberg and then, like, some other guys, I'm sure. But I don't know. We've never heard that about Matt Damon. Plus, he's in Mystic Pizza. Wahlberg's from Boston? Bro, are you kidding me? He's from Boston in, like, every movie he's ever done. He's the most Boston guy of all time. Except the one where he's from Mars. Brother, listen. I'm not talking about Matt Damon. You need to see The Martian. Because in The Martian, that motherfucker is not from Mars, okay? He's from Earth. The same way all of us are. You know what's crazy? You know in The Martian, which came out in, like, 2015, when he says that, according to his professor, if you can grow plants somewhere, you've officially colonized it. And then he says, I've colonized Mars. That got a standing ovation in the theater in 2015. Do you think it would have people leaving the theater in 2024 if the movie had come out now? What do you think? Dave Chappelle ass joke? Not yet, not quite. And then he did the gritty. It's okay because he's from Mars? Listen, I know that that's misinformation, but I'm going to allow it because it gets me out of a jam. It's okay. He was the first dude there. Excuse me, he's not the first dude there. A third of the way through the movie, he unearths the Pathfinder rover. That dude's been chilling there since, like, I don't know, 1998 or something like that. Robots aren't people? Wow! Okay, somebody needs to see the creator, bro. Even if it is a 2 out of 5, it has a lot that it could teach us. You wouldn't last a second with Nirmata, bro. Let me tell you that. He's also on Ares 4. There were 3 other Ares missions before him. Okay, first off, CEO of The Martian is in chat. Secondly, you don't know. Those all could have blown up in the atmosphere. Maybe Ares 4 is the first one that actually made it. They didn't? You don't know that. Unless it's in the director's cut. Kind of like how Apollo 13 is the first one to the moon. Listen, we got a lot of problems here in chat. There's a lot of teenagers watching this that may, like, hear this and they have no choice but to absorb it. We as adults, we have no choice but to forget it, which means we can tell jokes more flippantly. Because even if someone tells us a lie, we won't remember it in, like, 2 weeks. But if you're like 14 and you're watching this, you might end up embarrassing yourself at Knowledge Bowl and being like, yeah, Apollo 13 was the first one to land on the moon. And they're going to be like, brother, you should watch the movie. It's very simple. Just to clear things up, none of the Apollo missions landed on the moon, okay? They're trying to trick you. Not NASA, but, okay, but Chad mostly I'm referring to here. Okay, slash marker me. For the YouTube Andes, I believe the moon landing actually happened. I don't want to, normally I would slash marker that, but I'm a coward. I don't want to leave you for 24 hours thinking that I believe that the moon landing is fake. But why is the flag flapping in the wind? Or I don't even know if I've ever seen the original footage. I've only seen it in like alien invasion movies where like it starts with them landing on the moon and then they see like the shadow of a spaceship coming over the Earth, and then it's like, dun dun, Michael Bay presents. All right, we're back. Apollo 11 was the one on the moon? They should have called that one Apollo 1, bro. Would have been, or they should have called it frickin' Luna 1 or something. They shouldn't have, 11? Come on, what are we talking about here? Are you crazy? I just walked over here. Anyway, the point is, Disney Plus in Canada kind of goes crazy. I built a watch list on the weekend. You catch me watching George C. Scott's 1971 film Patton next. The first Star Wars is number 4. Explain that. That's between Gareth Edwards and God, as far as I'm concerned. Watching 70s movies, we finally got him. The problem with Disney Plus is the algorithm exclusively tries to get me to watch, like, Elemental and Wish, and editor's note, Wish is not out on Disney Plus as of the time of this recording, but you understand the premise of the joke, I'm sure. So you basically have to actively fight it. You have to be like, stop recommending that I watch Pete's Dragon. I'm not going to see Pete's Dragon by myself in this environment. It's starting to get there for me. Not a huge fan of that. But it's taken a long time. Now, like in the last week, I watched, like I said, Sunshine, The Martian, Kingdom of Heaven, Master and Commander, and The Last Duel. And now, finally, it's like, okay, you're a fucking old dad. Here's some movies you might like about the medieval era. And I'm like, thank you. Was that so hard? And then it's like, you may also enjoy the Computer Wore Tennis Shoes, starring Kurt Russell. And I'm like, pump the brakes, kid. We got a lot of Ridley Scott movies to get through. Apparently everything Ridley Scott made was with 20th Century Fox. Yay. Watch any westerns? They're not coming back, boys. I'm sorry. For some reason I thought it was one person. Apparently there's a lot of people in the chat that are, they leave a light on for the westerns. I like some westerns. I like the good, the bad, and the ugly. But anytime you're like, hey, you should watch like this 1961 movie with John Wayne, I'm like, it's simply not gonna happen. As an older guy, was Ridley Scott always like this? Bro, Ridley Scott is like 86 years old. I'm 35. What do you mean was he always like this? Alien came out when I was -9, bro. I don't know. Ridley Scott only started to exist for me when Gladiator came out. That's why I'm going into the back catalog. Is Ridley Scott... What an ignorant question. Has Ridley Scott always been like this? What do you mean like this? I do like that Ridley Scott only makes, like, 2 kinds of movies, though. And I think, you know, some directors are like one for them, one for me. Like one box office hit and then one passion project. I really feel like Ridley Scott does one for him and then one for him. But the 2 different hymns, one of them is like, I love slightly... well, maybe more than slightly exaggerated historical epics. And then the other one is like, I promise it's not an alien movie, and then it's an alien movie. And he just keeps going back and forth. What about Blade Runner? He only did one of those, though. The second one, I don't know, he was too busy making Alien Covenant. Couldn't find time in his schedule. House of Gucci? That's true. He has a third kind of movie, which is like ensemble pictures. American Gangster, House of Gucci. That movie was Ridley. The man has a prolific work ethic. Who has a more precipitous drop-off, Ridley or Tim Burton? Bro, is this Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb? Are you kidding me? Tim Burton, bro. Tim Burton. Ridley Scott's still putting... not every movie's a banger, but he's still putting out, like, fastballs at least. I don't even know. Tim Burton's just throwing depth balls nonstop. What about Frankenweenie? This shit came out in like 2009, bro. You're living in the past. Ridley Scott's made like 14 movies since Frankenweenie came out. Sweeney Todd? That shit came out in 2006 or something. Who's living in the past now, bro? Ridley Scott came out with The Last Duel not but 2 years ago. He came out with The Martian in 2015. I mean, the man is also in his fucking 80s, bro. Do you understand that? There's not that many, like, artists in any medium out there that still have, like, a 60% hit rate into their 80s, man. Yeah, think about what Tim Burton has done, like, post Big Fish, man. I mean, I loved Tim Burton when I was younger. I've probably seen, I don't know, like 7 Tim Burton movies in theaters, which is frightening to think about. He did Charlie and the Chocolate Factory 05. And then like 9 movies where Johnny Depp banged his wife. He's done like so much shit that I can't even remember. You can remember Dark Shadows? Dark Shadows was dog. course it was dog. It has Johnny Depp in it. Like, I'm sorry. I'd like, irrespective of where Johnny Depp is at now. I mean, Johnny Depp and Tim Burton, they went down together. He did live action Dumbo 2019. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know what happened to Tim Burton. I respect the fact that, you know, he put out some slappers. He defined the goth archetype for a new generation. The first two Batmans are good movies. Nightmare Before Christmas, apparently Frankenweenie as well. At some point, maybe it's the curse of, you know, being an artist. You run out of ideas, but you still gotta work. Like, you got bills to pay. Yeah, it's when your goat is washed. It's like watching me play Isaac now. I'm like, you're like, why the hell is he playing Isaac? Well, the rent's due, bro. Still, you can see shadows of like the older self, but I mean, we're not getting Ed Wood 2. And if we did, it wouldn't be what I would want it to be. The shit would be like straight to Crackle or something. For real, they're doing Beetlejuice too? It's... What did Elon say? That horrible tweet? It was like, pretty soon they're just going to come out with the sequel first. One of the rare times that he's actually cooked. He did tweet Nerve as well. I saw that. Tell me you watched Neon Genesis Evangelion without telling me you watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. This car looks like something Blade Runner would drive. Okay. Huge. 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 Anyway. Spider mod, no. I don't know what that item does, and at this point I'm afraid to ask. Is he joking? I just realized I have more in common with Ridley Scott than I thought. We're both working well into our old age, doing what we love. Not every picture is a slapper, but they're all worth watching in their own way. Hey, Frozim, FroZHM, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Is 86? Is this the part where you say my joke but worse? Yes. Okay. Stream delay? That's just like 1 second. You can't hide behind that anymore. That's like 2014 tech. That's 10 years ago? Yeah, I know. You don't understand. I've come to terms with getting old. It's you that's still in denial. There's no shot. You're on 15-second delay? That's like Dan's internet speed. I was losing it. I never know when Dan is asking an honest question. So Dan said he was moving. I was in his chat for like 10 minutes this morning. He said he's moving, and he said, I need your opinion on this. I can get consumer internet for like $50 a month or something, or I can pay $400 a month and get a dedicated business fiber line. And I said, okay, what is the business fiber line speed? And he said it's 20 megabits up and down, which is obviously dog. So I said, well, the price versus the service is like horrible. But if it's your only option for reliable internet and you're a streamer, then you got to do what you got to do. And then I thought about it for a second and I said, like, wait, what's the consumer speed? And he said it's 500 up 100 down. And I was like, bro, go with the consumer internet. What's wrong with you? That's not even like a sensible question. That's like, should I eat a hamburger or like cyanide? I didn't at first I thought it was like, oh, the consumer internet will be even worse. So like, even though the $400 a month is expensive, like it might be my only way to get reliable internet. It turns out it's just, I think he just likes the idea of him being the only person on his internet line. It's like nobody, he kept saying like nobody else is going to be clogging my pipes. Then he was like, are you on business? Or he said, are you on consumer internet? And I said, yes. And then like a second later, he was like, oh, so you're on business? And everyone in chat was like, no, he said yes to, is he on consumer? And then he said, okay, I'm confused. Is he on consumer or business? And I was just like, what are we doing here? So I just typed, I know Dan is family friendly, so I wanted to type, we go on Rashomon in this bitch. But instead, I just typed, we go on Rashomon in this. Because I didn't want to insult the man. Then it turned into like, it was like a nationalism debate. People were like, why is your internet so good? And I'm like, because I live in a city. And people were like, oh, I bet Canadian internet's better than American internet. And then people were like, no shot, bro. Canada's like a frozen wasteland. They're like, not in the cities, bro. And I'm like, what are we doing? I was just answering the man's question. And now all of a sudden we're doing like the War of 1812 LARPing all over again? It was crazy, man. Yeah, I started a damn continental war. Don't Canadian ISPs still do data caps? We still pay by the minute up here, man. This is a labor of love. We don't pay by the minute. Come on. You believe that? Hey, guys, we just elected a new prime minister. His name is Jean Poutine. Congratulations, Canadians, on the election of your new prime minister, Jean Poutine. Congratulations, Canada, on getting the first igloo wired up with electricity. Rick Mercer ass. Pay by the minute ISP. You never heard of Canada Online? You've got mail, eh? It's kind of like a... It's not a very good joke. It's kind of like a... It would kill on Just for Laughs, though. Hey, I know we've done this before, but it's time for like a temperature check. One in chat, if you have ever seen the television program Just for Laughs Gags. I'm trying to figure out if it's Canada's most successful cultural export of all time. It's French-Canadian candid camera. My parents watch it all the time. In defense of your parents, it's on all the time. The thing that solidified for me that this is like a global phenomenon, I knew it was big in Canada because it was on TV all the time. But then when Kate and I went to Korea for 2018, we got in a taxi in like the northeast of South Korea. And the taxi had a TV in it, and the TV was playing Just for Laughs Gags. And I was like, this shit is a plague. It's taken over the whole galaxy, man. What throws me off is that every bit looks like it's from the 90s. The only way you can tell is the age of the dude. There's that one dude who's in like all the Just for Laughs gag stuff. I remember when it started, he was probably in his like mid 40s, and now he's like 70 years old. His name is Antoine Vesna. That is not Sean Majumder. I know Sean Majumder though. I knew Sean Majumder, and you, sir, you're no Sean Majumder. Sacred Orb. That's good. Sacred Orb is good. His name is not Vecna, okay? That's... Corey's probably not here anymore. He probably started his stream. But I believe that Vecna is the villain from Stranger Things Season 7. How? Dude, here's my prediction. By the way, I haven't seen Stranger Things since Season 2. Here's my prediction for Stranger Things Season 4.5 or whatever is about to come out. All right, so it starts, and you're expecting it to be the immediate continuation of wherever the last half season went off. But instead, it's going to start, and it's going to say, first thing it's going to say is like 6 years later, like in text. And then you're going to be like ready for the 1980s, but you're going to hear dunga dunk, down 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 dunga dunk, down 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 dunga dunk, down 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 and it's going to be it's going to be 1993, and you're going to be like, what? Stranger Things made it out of the 1980s. They made it to the 90s. And it's gonna blow us all away. Then they're gonna say it's strange in time. Who's the bad guy? Bro, we told you, it's Vesna. Antoine Vesna, the Just for Laughs Gags guy. He pranked Will Byers into thinking that the Demogorgon was the big bad, when actually I think that the Demogorgon was just one vessel of pure evil manifested within the Upside Down. Sorry, I'm trying to make everything line up, but it's been a long time since I've seen Stranger Things. Almost called it Der Untergang. No. I've seen season 1, and I enjoyed it just like everybody else did. And then I saw season 2, and I said, I don't see why everybody's so mad about this. I thought it was still pretty good, but then it must have been ass because I never watched season 3. I can still name the characters. There's Mike, Will Byers, 11, although at this point she must be like at least 17. Detective Hopper. Dustin. Vecna. The guy with the Ted Danson hair. Can we get I need a librarian to match this up. You know, if you find, you're going to be like, I'll never find this guy. Look at the guy with the Ted Danson hair. He was supposed to play Marty McFly in Back to the Future, but then they went with Michael J. Fox instead. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's just donate, man. Samwise Gamgee, Bob Newby. You know it's Bob Newby because he says his name 1,300 times. I think that's all I got. That's all I can remember. I thought Vecna was the villain from Ghostbusters. Bro, that's Gozer. Or Gozer's the dog, right? What is it? Vigo? Well, that's Ghostbusters too. I would like to think that OP wouldn't have made such an amateurish mistake. Zool! Zool's the one! Yeah! Rise al Zool. I don't know what I'm doing here, man. Give me this. What happened to Rick Moranis? I believe sometime in the 90s, his wife died, and he said, fuck Hollywood, I'm going to raise my kids and play folk music. And that's basically what he did. Yeah, in other words, like Chad said, he pieced out like a Chad. Chad behavior. Then he came back for a commercial in like 2021 and got punched in the face and disappeared again. He did get punched in the face. That was just like a random attack on the street, right? I forgot about that. Okay, so I've seen you type in chat many times. NL, do I have your consent to build a large language model based on your voice, training it on the transcripts of your videos? No, you don't. And then the last message you said is, because someone in chat said, are you joking? And you said, I'm not joking. I would love to get consent from the man directly. You don't have it. It's not a personal attack. I'm not mad at you. But I would like to acknowledge that I also cannot stop you. But you do not have my assent to it. +2 for asking? Well, no, not if they're going to make it anyway. That's a -2. But I acknowledge it's not like I could do anything about it. So, and it's probably already been done many times. That being said, the soul belongs to the man, okay? No matter what pieces deign to move it. So I'm gonna leave it in your hands. Are we watching AI NL right now? Absolutely not, because I make sense. And I'm saying things that are interesting and occasionally also make people laugh. It is a +2 for asking. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take it back. I'm going to say +2 for asking. That you've given me more consideration than Midjourney did, at least. Let me get, you go to Midjourney. Bald Canadian streamer playing independent roguelite video game. Tell me my ass doesn't pop up. Do not type glasses into the prompt and see if it gives me glasses. That's how you know we're cooked, boys. Jacket, glasses, shirt. Call me glasses, jacket, shirt man. Know what I'm saying? I gotta do something with this Eden soul, bro. Thoughts are arriving like butterflies. NL, I hate to break this to you, but actually bald with glasses is a stereotype. Nah, I'm one of one, you know? Daniel, thank you for the raid. I'd like to apologize for insulting you. You want to talk football? I didn't insult you. I insulted your question of internet, okay? Because all I said was, I can't believe I wasted my time answering honestly your business question when it found out that, or it turns out that the consumer internet was literally like 50 times faster. Like, I don't understand why we were wasting our time discussing if you should get a dedicated fiber line that carries, you know, 2% of the speed that the consumer line does. But anyway, you want to talk football? Brother, what the hell happened to the Jacksonville Jaguars? Has anyone talked to Hot Boy Toke in the last 24 hours? 70% favorites to, like, win the division 2 weeks ago, didn't even make the playoffs? Like, what happened, man? I mean, this, you know, my team is the Seahawks. The Seahawks, whatever, you know, even if they made the playoffs, they're getting rinsed. I'm not too worried about it, especially because I watched about 3/4 of the games this year. And by 3/4, I don't mean 12 or 13 games. I mean literally 1/4 3 times. Plus, it doesn't matter because we're entering the Penix Jr. era. Huskies are sweeping tonight. It's Huskies sweep. I'm going to say conservatively, Huskies win their first national championship since 1991. I'm going to say it's 72-13. And you're like, really? You think Michigan's only going to get 2 scores with that offense? No, I think they're going to get 3 scores. No, wait, I got it backwards. You think they're going to get 3 scores? No, I think they're going to get 2 scores. I think they're going to get 1 touchdown, and then they're going to get a second meaningless touchdown later, but the kicker's going to be so tilted he's not going to make the extra point. Get it twisted. Michigan's got the best defense in the league. They haven't had to deal with an air raid offense like the one Penix Jr. runs yet. The dude can... Every single pass is a 70-yard Hail Mary or literally a 50 caliber bullet launched just over the heads of the defensive ends. He's a stud. Nobody can stop him, except that one time that Washington State almost stopped him in the Apple Cup. But I think, honestly, all I can really do is blame that on the offensive coordinator, okay? I think that the OC was trying to stunt on them rather than just run the clock. That's all I can say. And Oregon? What are you talking about? Bo Nix stands in the chat. He beat your team twice. What do you... Oh, dude. No. It's best in college football. It's best of 5. What are you talking about? They play like 6 games total a year. He beat you twice. What more can he do, bro? Anyway, that's all I got. Male personality question. Would you rather be a samurai, a pirate? Wait, what was the other one? A samurai, a pirate, or... cowboy? I hate to say it. I would choose to be the samurai. With all the rudeness that entails. See, I watched Master and Commander, as mentioned. I really don't want to be a pirate. I think it's nice to have... I get that they weren't pirates, but I mean, pirates kind of like in the same conditions, but worse, right? I'm sure it's nice to have the camaraderie of men. But like being on a boat is kind of nice sometimes, but not in such cramped conditions and for such a prodigious length as well. And then a cowboy, I just got to be honest with you, I'm just not that into horses, and I feel like that kind of makes it like a non-starter. A samurai, I think out of the 3 options, I think I could vibe with it the most. Samurais have horses too. Yeah, samurais ride horses, but their ass ain't like on a ranch or something, right? I don't know. Maybe everybody was kind of on a ranch back then. In a sense. Horses suck? That's what I'm saying, bro. We got bicycles now. We don't need horses. No disrespect to Allison Brie. No, they don't. I have never in my life... listen, I have respect for the horse. I just don't elevate it above its other brothers in the animal kingdom, okay? So me personally, it's like... I just see it as an animal. I don't have any camaraderie with a horse. And I don't expect a horse to have any camaraderie with me. We go again. Thoughts on the zebra? Better horse. -2? Bro, it has stripes. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? -2. It is. It's like a mythic horse, bro. A zebra would kill you? Brother, a horse could probably kill me. Hey, spiders, kill this guy. Mods, put Lego all over his floor. Can I tell you something embarrassing? I have foot pain that I'm sure comes from my, to put it politely, my unique gait. I haven't seen a podiatrist yet, but I've self-diagnosed myself online as having a condition called Monroe's neuralgia, which basically feels like after walking too much in my socks, it feels like there's a marble in my foot. So when I step on it, it's a little ouchy. It starts to feel like a grain of sand, but after a long day, it's more like a marble. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go get slippers, because it seems like it gets aggravated by walking around because our house is hardwood and tile and stuff. So it gets aggravated by walking around on that. I went to the pharmacy to buy slippers. The drugstore. I walk inside of the drugstore, wall-to-wall slipper section. I'm in the slipper district, okay? I look through every single pair of slippers that they have. Not a single pair of men's slippers. And there's literally, I would say there's 50 to 100 pairs of slippers inside of the pharmacy. Women's. I went to all the end caps. Women's. I bought the largest women's slipper that I could. I didn't care. It's not like pink, but even if it was, I wouldn't have cared as long as it was big enough. Put that shit on at home. I would say like 2.5 inches of my heel is sticking out of the damn back of them. Son of a bitch. There's really no women out there with feet that are equivalent to size 12 men's. Now I gotta go get some slippers from out. Now I got a pair of slippers. My wife's not gonna wear them. She's not a women's large. She's like a foot size. She's probably a women's medium. My kid's not gonna wear them. She's 3 years old. I can't wear them. I'm gonna trip down the stairs. What am I gonna do, man? I gotta buy a second pair of slippers. That's Isaac too. I'm only 7, but my wife thinks I'm 5'9". Am I living a lie? You can't sneak a Brian Jordan Alvarez reference by me. That dude is on a wave right now. I thought the era of... Thank you for this act of charity, finding the secret room, by the way. I thought the era of skit comedy had come to an end. I thought that in today's cynical world, you couldn't make it work. Whoo! BGA has brought us back. We can appreciate little jokes again. He is very funny. Sorry, BJA. I get my J's and my G's confused sometimes. What about SNL? Yeah, that's why I said I thought it was over. I know every generation thinks that, like, their SNL is bad and the one before it was good. But, like, this one's really bad. It's always been bad. It's always been uneven, but like... I don't know. I mean, something broke. I mean, lots of things broke, I think, around 2016. But I think something like permanently broke in SNL in that era. And it ain't coming back. You know what they should do? They should do sketch comedy the same way they do sports. Which is to say that the worst performing sketch comedy show gets first pick of improv Andes from the Second City and the Groundlings every year. That would have saved us from season 17 of Mad TV, bro. That could have brought it back. What about Yuck Yucks? I don't know all about that, okay? I don't know that much about Canadian improv post SCTV. It's weird because many people from Mad TV went on to become moderately successful. Yeah, I mean, the Jordan Peele and Keegan-Michael Key, that's a given for sure. But then I'm like, who's the next most famous person from... okay, Bobby Lee. Alex Borstein. Sure. The Marvelous Miss Maisel and also the voice of Lois on Family Guy. Will Sasso. His star-making turn in The Three Stooges, 2010. Maya Rudolph. Stricken from the Record, that's SNL. Phil Lamar. With all due respect to Phil Lamar, bro was in Pulp Fiction before Mad TV was even a glimmer in Matt Groening's eye. Bill Hader, that's SNL, bro. That's SNL. You're naming Saturday Night Live. That's how you know SNL had achieved complete cultural victory. Ike Barinholtz? He's in Blockers. I'm not insulting the man, I'm just saying. Michael McDonald? You mean the guy from Austin Powers who goes, "Stop! Stop!" And then he gets run over by the steamroller? Key and Peele, those were the first two names we mentioned, okay? We're talking about serious stuff here. I need everybody to pay attention. Why didn't he stop? First off, it's not he. His name is Austin Powers. Put some respect on his name. He saved humanity that day by aborting the missile launch that would have disrupted the Earth's core, causing every volcano on the planet to erupt simultaneously. There's no time to stop, and also you can't steer a steamroller, I'm imagining. Like, it probably has a steering wheel, but I think like it probably only turns like a couple of degrees a second. What about Keegan, Michael Key, and Jordan Peele? Mad TV viewers are not beating the allegations. You know what? You can't handle The Last Duel. A lot of you guys can't stick in zone 2 for 2 hours and 22 minutes. Giving a movie your undivided attention, okay? Last Duel is me on a toilet on a Tuesday. So every Tuesday you take your last shit ever, is what you're saying. Because this was literally like the last duel in France, I think. I don't know if they mentioned that, but that's the last stool. So true. Not to be confused with the Last Supper, unless you're Mozart. Sorry, someone made a better joke than me, and then I stole it, so I had to make it my own at the end with the Mozart thing and bring it back. Make sure you know who you're watching. Hey, Holding This Cock, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Holding his what? Austin Powers robot after he runs over the guy with the steamroller. I did not murder him, baby. Okay, you have my consent to use transcripts of my videos as a training set for a large language model, but you also have to train it on an equivalent amount of the Austin Powers scripts. So you might have to put those movies through the hopper, like, I don't know, 1,000 times each. It's the same thing. That's true. I guess they'll get a lot of the script just from the first part, but still. You see that airplane wing that ripped, or the the wing? Sorry, the door that blew off mid-flight. Oh man. That's crazy, man. I did not like that. It's messed up. But how, like, I don't believe in a higher power. But, like, it kind of makes you, I wouldn't say it un-atheist pills me, but you're like, really? The two people who were supposed to be sitting there in the seats that got ripped out just happened to miss their flight that day? That's pretty crazy. If it was me that missed my flight, like, I'm an atheist, but if it had been me that missed the flight, I'd probably start going to church at least. Now, because it didn't happen to me, I'm still going to maintain my atheism. If it had been my ticket, though, I'm going to church that Sunday. Because at that point, I don't think I can afford to take chances. That's like a sign from above that's like, I'm watching you, bro. Which one? Whatever is closest, probably. Or maybe like whichever one has a has like a slightly later mass. I don't think I would really want to go to mass at like, what time is it normally? Maybe it starts at 9? I could do 9's actually a little late for me. Is there like a 7:30 mass? $6 a.m. is common? That's a little early. That's like devout. I don't think I'm at that level yet, to be honest. I mean, first off, I gotta narrowly avoid a plane crash. So we got a ways to go. Like this, we're thinking long term here. I'm here to tell you, I know like people don't want to hear it, but as you get older, more and more people start agreeing with me. One of the most based parts about getting older is waking up earlier. There's almost no coherent, convincing argument that waking up earlier is worse than waking up later if you get the same amount of sleep. If you are, 30 years old and before you there's a fork in the road and you have the choice between going to bed at 10 and waking up at 6 or going to bed at 2 and waking up at 10, waking up at 6 has huge advantages. You get some peace in the morning, which may be hard to come by depending on the responsibilities that you have. You can, and it's still dark, obviously, which is, you're going to say is bad, but is actually great. Because when you do stuff in the morning, like that's literally your free time. Our brains are wired to think like when the sun's up, we should be out tilling the fields or something like that. When the sun's down, you want to watch a movie, you want to watch some TV, you want to read a book, you want to do some exercise, like you get it all done. And then the sun comes up and you're like, now I can actually start my day, and you feel a little bit more energized, a little less stressed out. Plus, when you are up that early, maybe you're out of the house. Like there's Saturday, Sunday mornings where I'm out of the house with my daughter at like, 8:30 in the morning. If shit is open, there is so few other people there. It's so efficient. You ever try going to a popular lunch place at like 12:30? Get ready to wait 30 minutes, right? Go to a popular lunch place at like 10:45 a.m. when they open the doors. Table for two, please. Right this way, sir. Any preferences? Just don't eat lunch. Late rising Andes are not beating the allegations. You get one life on this planet, bro. I'm gonna eat lunch. In fact, if I'm eating that shit at 11:45, I might have a second lunch round 3. Then I'm double your lunches, okay? You stack that up over a week, I've gained 3 pounds on you. You stack that up over a month, I'm 20 pounds up on you. You stack that up over 5 years, I've got my own gravitational pull. You wouldn't understand. The only downside of waking up early is that you get tired early. It's hard to stay up late. The catch there is the older you get, the less interested you are in staying up late. Because, like, what are you doing? Like, a lot of the things that keep people up late at night are things that they could do at any time throughout the day, but for some reason they choose to do it at like 1 a.m. Playing Tarkov? You could do that shit in the afternoon on a weekend. Sometimes you need to watch kids all day. You don't get alone time until night. That's why you wake up at fucking 5:40, bro. Then you get your alone time. Well, it depends when your kids wake up. I'll admit, my schedule is a little different because my kid is like a night owl. So she wakes up at like 8:30. You're like, wow, that must be so easy for you. It is, but then she doesn't fall asleep until like 9:30 or 10, which is like, most kids my daughter's age fall asleep at like, I don't know, probably like 7:30 or 8. So you kind of, it's a zero-sum game at the end of the day. It's just where the time comes from. Restock machine stars me. Stars me. 2 of hearts. 2 of hearts. Why do old people moan when they pee? You know what I did realize? The actual procession of time is unavoidable. There's only 2 possibilities as time passes. You go with it or it leaves you behind. And you might say neither of them are good, but one of them is definitely preferable to the other. But I will say, some of getting older is psychological. In the last couple of years, I had become a groaner. You know, if I have to bend to pick something up, I groan. If I have to, you know, pick up my daughter, I groan. When I get up from the couch, I groan. Yesterday, I picked up my daughter, and I went to groan, and then I realized, wait a second, fuck that. This is psychosomatic. I don't have to. At some point, I probably had a couple of days where I was tired, and I had to groan. And then I said, oh, when I groan, it's like I'm sending a signal that's like, oh, I've been working so hard. Like, I'm so tired, I can barely do this. I said, fuck that, bro. You're powerful. You're a strong man. You can handle this. I bent down, picked up my daughter, didn't groan whatsoever. We're not at that level yet. Now, I'm sure that a lot of groans are genuine. And even like an ill-gotten groan, it's not like a crime against humanity or anything like that. Oh, baby. I'm just saying, I'm not at the stage where it is necessary yet. Send it. What you hit me with the lion, what for? When your wife hits you with an emote like that, you are forced to respond. Hello. Hello to you as well. Maybe it's more of like a lion what, because our daycare provider sent us a text yesterday and said she was sick, so she is taking today off, which is fine. We have that resilience. We've built that resilience. Everybody got the damn flu? I know, it's kind of crazy. Me not getting sick, finally getting the chance to ask people, oh, what's wrong with your immune system? And now there's a global pandemic. Don't you realize? Oh, so when I get sick, people can type fucked up shit like, what's wrong with your body? You get the sniffles, and all of a sudden, like, I'm anti-science. It doesn't make sense, bro. Chatter privilege. You get poop sick? I know this way worse. You're watching Netflix. I developed a callus on my anus. We are not the same. But also, they will not divide us. That's my new thing, is dividing us and then saying he will not divide us. Who's they? I don't know. Anybody that you think is your enemy, I guess. So every single person? Whee! Okay, listen. Stop this rigmarole. Is poop sick or puke sick worse? That's not even close. Puke sick is way worse than poop sick. It's puke sick is worse by a mile. Like, if you ask anybody, would you rather have diarrhea or throw up, and they say diarrhea, they're not to be trusted. They're a compromised agent. They are sent by a foreign power to undermine you. Puking kind of fun? Nah, no. You're insane. You're banished from the land. You're not doing an apples to apples comparison, okay? The part of puking sickness where you puke is it feels good because it's a feeling of relief. But that is merely a return to baseline illness. It's not that it feels good in the process. It's the relief of like, oh, hopefully my stomach pain, it will subside now. Hopefully my nausea will subside now. Diarrhea, you're mostly just like, I gotta poop. And then you poop and it's like liquid. And then maybe like it kind of hurts. So puking, like puking sickness is way worse than pooping sickness, bro. Yeah, nobody's like, oh, I gotta throw up. I'm just gonna go like watch some Netflix for 15 minutes. That's like a whole body experience. And trust me, I've had enough of both. I can't tell if NL's defending puking or hating on puking. I'm not defending or hating on it. I'm saying it's worse than diarrhea. Nobody's like, well, I hope not too many people. There was this one internet video I saw. There were two girls, but there was only one cup. And I said, limited resources. Let's see where this goes. And then I was like, turn it off. And then play it again in 0.5x speed. But puking is way worse than diarrhea, bro. It's not even close. Like, that was not smart. Normally, I try to see all sides. You know, there's 7 billion plus people on Earth, each with their own memories and experience, etc., etc. It's easy to see how, on the subject of preference, there could be a multitude of different options, right? But puking versus diarrhea, I mean, I just have I have serious questions for anybody that would rather puke than have diarrhea. You mean the other way? What are you talking about? Have I forgotten how to speak English? I'm saying pooping is more annoying, or sorry, now you got me twisted up. I'm saying puking is way worse than diarrhea. Way worse. It feels worse in all ways. You keep getting it twisted? That's because I state my thesis clearly, and then some motherfucker who's watching 17 TikToks while they watch the stream is like, wait, I missed that. Can you say it? Like, you've got to restate things 55 times in order for people to understand what you're saying, even though it's a simple sentence. And then people they're explaining it to me. They're like, when you get diarrhea, your stomach really hurts. Bro, didn't you watch the Librarian food poisoning arc? I did? Then you're preaching to the converted, bro. I know all about the stomach pain. You didn't even mention the leg rot yet. Oh, you've never had that? Then shut it. The stanky leg. Pins and needles? Listen, little bro's talking about pins and needles. I said leg rot. And in this business, you gotta choose your words carefully. How is your leg healed up? It was totally fine once they finally gave me the medicine that normally they're holding because they supply it to Tyson poultry farms. Can't afford to just be giving it out willy-nilly to people who are sick, probably from eating the antibiotic-resistant chickens that were made at Tyson poultry farms. My bad, G. Username Tyson Chicken Nugget. Okay, that's a +2. It's definitely a +2. Audience plant. Why don't you play the wrestling game anymore? The wrestling game. You talking about Rumbleverse? There's a lot of stuff. Librarian, how are the analytics looking? People don't know, man. I don't know, man. I just work here. Hot Boy Toke, we were asking about you. And with all honesty, okay? How you doing after that Jaguars performance? You're the only Jaguars fan I know. You also are in character like 90% of the time, and the only time you got out of character was to talk about the Jaguars. So I know they mean something. What do you mean that's fucked up? I'm asking out of solidarity. I'm not asking to rub it in. I'm not from America. We argue about hockey up here. You feeling good about the Ravens? Bro, I hate to say it, the AFC is a cakewalk. The Ravens will be going to the Super Bowl. My prediction, at least on that side of the bracket, will come true. Don't get it twisted. Stop stepping on me. Eagles are getting the dub. First off, Eagles are in the NFC. Secondly, the Arizona Cardinals beg to differ. And the New York Giants. I mean, what are we doing here, people? What are we doing here? Jalen Hurts? Yeah, I would too, honestly. I'm telling you, my prediction that I made so flippantly, maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, it only looks better week in. Oh, I can't fly anymore. That's right. That makes sense. Week in and week out. Ravens, cakewalk in the AFC. The NFC team will be the Cowboys. It only seems impossible until it happens. No shot, it's the Cowboys. Get ready. That's all I'm going to say. You'll be ashamed of your words and your deeds when this comes true. It's not the Cowboys. Bro, the whole NFC sucks this year. There's no clear favorite in the NFC. Even the 49ers lost 3 straight this year. Plus, they got beaten soundly by the Ravens. You know it's the Lions? Didn't they lose to the Bears? I'm just saying, like, every team in the NFC kind of sucks. The Steelers beat the Ravens? Yeah, because the Ravens didn't play any of their starters, bro. How is it possible you could even be less informed about the NFL than me? I don't even watch the games. So how do you know? You just pick things up, bro. You just pay attention. It's called listening. Speaking of which, I gotta focus for a second. ESPN on the crapper. Excuse me, we don't get ESPN up here. We get TSN and Sportsnet. Steelers beat the Ravens back in October. What was that, like 7 quarterbacks ago for the Steelers? Not to mention, it's all moot because the Steelers are not getting past the Dolphins anyway. Sorry, I had to think about it for a second. They're playing the Bills? Oh, well, they're definitely not getting past the Bills then. No disrespect. Like I told Apollo a month ago, you don't want to play Josh Allen on a snowy day in January. He's about to learn the true meaning of pain. I'm telling you, it's the Cowboys' year, man. But I will say I have a bias. I have a tendency to overrate teams that are due. And typically that manifests as teams that have always been good in the regular season but have a reputation for choking in the playoffs. That's why for 12 years, I was like, book it, guys. This year, it's the San Jose Sharks' year. How did that work out for you? Well, they did make it once. But that's also why I think that England has it all figured out, bro. That's why I love the Premier League system, where they're like the winning team is the team that won the most games over the course of the year. But then also they're like, it's the, you know, the Biggleby Cup and the FA Cup and the Champions League and the Europa League and the Fiddlesticks Cup and the Supporters Shield, and then, like, you know, they got a lot of like little tournaments that take place throughout the year as well. Fish and Chips Cup, Mushy Peas, etc., etc. Kakaliki Soup Cup, Jellied Eels, Gooseberry Fool Cup, the Bovril Super League. That's a good one. I forgot about that one. The Wagamama Shield, of course, is another big one. The Yo Sushi Bowl. Hang on, back it up, back it up. Forgot about Cullen Skink, you're right. We do want this. Bob had a baby, it's a boy cup. I'm just reading whatever I see in chat. Cheeky Nando's. How dare you? I mean, what's funny is that there's people like from America that are laughing at that. But didn't you see the fucking Pop-Tart that they lowered in? Honestly, that kind of owned though. At the Pop-Tarts Bowl, when they had the mascot dressed as a Pop-Tart get lowered into an enormous toaster and then get cooked alive and eaten by the winners, that was kind of sick. I'm going to die. No, I just need a tinted rock. I'll be fine. I'm going to die. There was no getting out of that one. Tinted rock, save me. Save me, tinted rock. Yo, who TF keeps texting my mom? I guess I did just get the body. That's a good point. That might be fine. I'll probably be fine. Whatever happened to Baby Nut? Didn't he cause COVID? No, I'm thinking of Rudy Gobert. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what am I talking? Were you not alive in 2020, bro? Like, first week of January 2020, they came out with the teaser for the Planters Peanuts. They were like, Mr. Peanut is fucking dead. Then he got reincarnated as a baby called Baby Nut. And they were like, look out for more Baby Nut during the Super Bowl. Then the Super Bowl happened. And then, like, coincidentally, they would have you believe, a couple of weeks later, Rudy Gobert touches all the microphones, and that's where shit really hit the fan. They actually killed Baby Nut as well. 2020 was a wild time. Looking into this. What is he talking about? Like, I know that bait used to be believable, okay? But it is crazy it's a Monday, and you would like that's your role, is a rabble-rouser. You ever think about that? Like, we're still deep in resolutions territory here. People are, like, following up, at least now, with the stuff that they said they were going to do to improve their life in 2024. You're out here rabble-rousing? January 8th? What are you doing? You're right, I do have a lot of HP. That's all right. We just won. My New Year's resolution was to rabble-rouse. Well, keep it up then. Why did I not take damage? Why did I just walk on the shit? Bro! I can't get away. Look at that. Did you see that movement, though? Kind of sick with it. Oh, man. Virgin New Year's resolution versus Chad, who cares? It's a juvenile mindset. The true Chad mindset is setting a realistic goal and having the discipline to stick with it. I've bombed myself. That's hard, though? Yeah, but how long are we going to play this That's Hard game? Like, nobody here is getting any younger. You really want to be having these arguments, you know, in your 30s, your 40s, your 50s? Come on. Like, we gotta grow up collectively at some point, right? I'm not saying I got it all figured out. I got my own problems, but, you know, we can't spend our life being mad at people for trying to do better. We got real problems, bro. Laundry ain't folding itself. Oh, now you got me back on my bullshit again, bro. Saturday, my daughter had a morning activity, had a couple of hours of free time. My wife and I took down all of our Christmas decorations. That didn't take that long. It took like, I don't know, maybe like an hour. And at first I was like a little melancholy about it because it means the holidays are truly over. But then I was like, you know what? Looking at our house after it had been tidied up from the holiday decorations, I was like, that's symbolic that a new year is started. It's time to fucking nut up and get to work a little bit. Let's get started on those taxes, right? Then on Sunday, my daughter had another activity, 2 or 3 hours of free time. Oh, cleaned all the bathrooms. And I didn't just, put the toilet bowl cleaner in and give it a little tss, tss, tss. None of that. I put the toilet bowl cleaner in. I got out the all-purpose spray cleaner. I got out the mirror spray cleaner. Clean the mirrors. All-purpose spray the sink. Clean the faucets. Got in the shower. Got a brush. All-purpose spray cleaner. Got into the grout. Glass on the shower door. Hit it with the Windex. Go back to the toilet. Spray it down. Wipe it up. Open up the seat. Toilet brush into the bowl, cleaned all the bathrooms, changed all of the garbage bags in the that's one of the most annoying chores, changing the garbage bags in the bathroom. I got up, I pulled the drains off, I pulled all the hair out of the drains. The shit is draining like a motherfucker now. Holy man. Then, later that day, not only did I fold my laundry, okay, and I had a lot, the drawer where I put my t-shirts, socks, and my underwear was looking a little lackadaisical. I pulled all that shit out, got rid of the ones that had holes. You know that pair of socks or underwear where you're like, I know I got 20 pairs of underwear, but maybe I will forget to do laundry for 3 weeks and I'll want the one that has a huge hole where the dickhead is. I said, no, the time has come to get rid of that. Refolded all the shirts nicely so that shit's looking like an Old Navy in there. Oh, man. I'm a new man today. We got one more. How long will it last? It doesn't matter. It looks good now, and when it's in disarray, I'll do it again. You're so old? Oh, what did you do this weekend? D-rank 6 times in Valorant? Shame. You can't, there's no comeback. I see your comeback. It's been flooded away by a wave of Keck W's and a few Keck L's from people who don't realize I have not activated that one yet, but I should. Hello, Chibli, by the way. A stream that only has Keck W is like someone that only replies to your jokes with the same fake laugh over and over. You know, we need to have a haha, a lull, and a couple of different emotes, a lamau with a varied number of O's at the end of it. Otherwise, it doesn't feel genuine. I'm not taking that. What about okay, okay? That's only something Justin can say when your joke in joke mode doesn't get any reaction after like 10 minutes. Then Justin goes, okay, okay. And it's like the kiss of death. He knows it too. It's not his fault. But as soon as you hear nothing but the okay, okay, you know you're about to get absolutely shit on. How do you laugh? Number one for me is 4-letter Lamau all caps. LMAO all caps. Very funny is all lowercase Lamau with a trail of O's at the end. LOL, all caps might be next. And then LOL, all lowercase, is basically just a read receipt. That's like, I see what you were trying to do there, and I appreciate it. I mean no ill will, but it just didn't get the job done for me. And then we get into the ha-has. Ha-ha, all lowercase, 4 letters total, is almost like a lowercase LOL for me. But sometimes someone will tell 2 mid jokes in a row, so you got to mix it up so they don't catch on to the fact that they're not killing it. And then multiple has, like 3+ has. At that point, I mean, this is like better than mid, but worse than based. Like Bilbo said at his birthday party. What about key smashes? I'm 35 years old. I don't do that. You can do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying I don't do that. What about LMFAO? That's like, it's just a regional dialect. I would count it the same as an LMAO in my world. Tomato, tomato. Get away from me, bro. Get away from me. Raffling in the modern day. You don't raffle too much these days. I hate the lull emote. It's funny. What's wrong with you? It's a funny emote. It's a perfectly cromulent emote. It's a tribute. I'm not gonna ban him. It's an opportunity to educate. He will not divide us, okay? I resisted Keck W for a long time too. Back when I took myself more seriously. Times have changed. Hang on. Chiblee said something about a denim jacket. It got swept away by the emotes. All I saw was denim jacket. I can't construct the rest. It would be naive of me to assume that I could create the rest of a Chiblee sentence at runtime. Missed it again. Come on, Chiblee. Come on. Well, we're waiting. He will not divide us, made me buy a denim jacket. He will not divide us, made me buy a denim jacket. Okay, Dr. Seuss. He just took a shit in the Dr. Seuss toilet and it's giving mother. He will not divide us, made me buy a denim jacket. Okay, fucking when Tweedlebeetles battle in a bottle and the bottle's on a poodle and the poodle's eating noodles, we call it a Tweedlebeetle paddle buttle pottle battle. Fucking, I don't know. He will not divide us. He's got rhymes? Bro, that's Dr. Seuss! Dr. Seuss, kind of the original. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. It's been 84 years. Thank you for this. I appreciate that. Thank you. He took a shit in the mother toilet and didn't flush. Don't hit me with question marks. You know what it is. Oh, you've never heard an old guy pretend to be young before? You've never heard your dad say for shizzle? I did see the tweet where Vivek Ramaswamy is giving his wife a tribute. He calls her a throat surgeon, which she like literally is, but if you've been online too much, you can't read that as like her actually being a doctor. Like it's like it sounds like a rap music term. It's so good. The throat doctor. Or throat surgeon. It's even better. No offense to the doctors out there. Oh, man. Oh, dude. If you can't laugh at that on either side of the aisle, you got to step back and remember what it means to be human, okay? Yeah, I saw the New Jersey Devils fan get a finger in his butt during the national anthem. And then I saw the whole team get a finger in their butt when they played the Canucks. You see the Bass Pro Shops thing? Yep. Yeah, I saw the dude get in the Bass Pro Shops thing. Again, it's another example of small dick bias, by the way. So the dude who got into the Bass Pro Shops pool naked was a grower, to put it politely. And everybody thinks it's okay to make fun of him because his penis is small. Oh, so it would be okay to take a skinny dip in the Bass Pro Shops water tank if you had a huge fucking hammer on you? That's not fair. That's not how we're supposed to treat people in society. We're not supposed to divide people based on the color of their skin or their language or their religion or the size of the wedding tackle they got between their legs. The small dicked need an absolutely comically enormously dicked ally like me to say it. Because a lot of big dick dudes like me, and I hear them talk all the time because we run in the same circles, they'll say things like, look at that dude's small penis. And I have to be the one with courage to say, hey, just because we're hanging dong and making everybody else jealous at the YMCA, that doesn't mean that he didn't choose it. He will not divide us. I need the map. Oh, I have brimstone. That's right. What the hell? I got the damn doohickey? Nuts on the table, boys. Did you see the Pop-Tart? Yeah, but what about Jordan Peele and Keegan-Michael Key? Help. Anyway, I don't have anything else to say on the matter. YouTube viewers are going to be so confused. Bro, you're confused. Leave YouTube out of it for now. What do you mean they're going to be confused? Let me think about this. I'm high and I feel like I'm dipping in and out of the conversation. That's your fault, just for the record. I can follow everything that I'm saying. And you might say, that's not true. Well, then how the hell am I making callbacks to shit that we were talking about like 2 hours and 15 minutes ago? It's because I got the damn ChatGPT-4 running up here constantly, you know. You know how much mental processing power it takes? Every sentence you say, retroactively seeing if you can apply that to any of the 8 jokes so far this stream that were actually funny to get a second laugh, to use every part of the buffalo. That's hard, man. I wish it wasn't doing. I wish it devoted the energy to something a little bit more productive. But it's just what it is. I don't know what to tell you. With all due respect, you got no idea what it's like to be number one. Every fucking thing you do affects every facet of every other fucking thing. Why not let the AI take over? They're not ready yet, okay? That's the thing. Is like AI is it's the smartest thing we got, and yet it still has not produced one organic laugh in the industry's entire history. Soon? I don't know. I think it just goes to show you that the only definitive proof of the soul is that only people can tell funny jokes. There's something spiritual about comedy. That's why I feel like comedians in many ways are kind of like the modern day philosophers, the mystics who look to the stars and derive truth from only illusion. One of the most unfairly persecuted classes of profession on the planet in history, without a doubt. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Well. Okay, I will say, and this is me being honest. Someone said, what about the bottomless pit copy pasta? That is funny. If that was actually made by AI, they nailed that one. The one that, you know, get to work, it's bottomless. That one is good. But I still feel like that one might have just been constructed by a particularly smart individual. And then they pretended it was AI to get some eyes on it. But I'm not like that. I guess I am kind of cynical about AI. But I'm not cynical about AI in the same way that, like, you know, I don't think that they're going to be putting the ChatGPT 9 into the Boston Dynamics robots and, you know, sicken them on us. I think it'll be much more insidious, and it will be the same way like every technological revolution eventually gets disseminated and corrupted. It'll be to get you to buy, like, you know, like 3 more things every time you walk into the grocery store for more money than you thought you were going to spend. It's probably not going to be like, you know, robot sharpshooters or something like that. It's probably going to be like Loblaws using their AI model. So they already have those smart price tags. They're going to like scan your phone when you walk into the store to get all of your metadata, savings, consumption habits, salary, stuff like that. And then as you walk down the aisle, it will detect your position in the grocery store, and it will change the prices on the price tag based on your disposable income. So, you know, when a wealthier person walks down the aisle, the $2.49 potato chips are going to be $7.99, and they're going to be none the wiser. And we'll call it innovation. It's based? It's not based. Because the money from the wealthy people is just going to a richer motherfucker. It's not going to the government, dummy. It's going to Galen Weston. The EU will call it illegal. I know, and then like some dude who, you know, is 22 years old and has a startup building email 3.0 in San Francisco will be like, this is why Europe is always behind. The government won't let the people have nice things, like dynamically increasing prices based on the demographic of the person who walked into the grocery store. It's still dystopian. It's just less openly dystopian, like a robot's going to shoot you in the head, and more like, you know, they'll probably just squeeze you a little bit more every time you go anywhere. Maybe that's worse. I don't know. I think it's probably better, but it would make a much worse movie. No, that's okay. We don't need that. Yeah, then you could start a business sending low income people to buy the food in the grocery store for lower prices. But then here's the thing, probably within 2 years of inventing the business, your ass is going to need your own services. You ever see that Black Mirror episode, 10 Million Merits? No? It's one of the good ones. Can you explain escrow to me? Yeah, of course. Escrow is like, sometimes the terms of a contract will have something that triggers if a condition is met, oftentimes involving money changing hands. That money is held in a trust held by a third party so that it can be divested to the relevant parties when that condition is met. Is that correct? Something like that? I'm a little behind on my tort law. That's correct. I'm a CPA. What can I say? He will not divide us. It is in tort law? I don't know what tort law is. I don't watch the British baking show. So true. It's like the lamest joke. He who would pun would pick a pocket. Name that movie. They don't know I'm quoting Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World. We all know you're quoting Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World. You've referenced it like 10 times today. Excuse me, you're dead? Terrible movie? What the fuck? Is Bait? Bait used to be believable? Average movie? Yeah, maybe in 2003 when it came out. Ain't nothing average about it now. If it came out now, they'd call it fucking Master and Commander 2. Quantumania. I don't think I would like to be a member of Her Majesty's Navy in 1804. At first, you're like, it's probably pretty cool. You get to hang out with your boys. You get to, like, you know, drink grog and stuff like that. I just don't think I could sleep in a hammock, bro. I think I'd be getting total shit sleep, like, the whole journey. And it seems like the journey just never ends. It ends whenever the captain says, like, you know, nuts on the table. We're done. What if you got to meet Lord Nelson? I don't subscribe to the great man theory of history, so I think I'd be like, yo, that's Horatio Nelson. And then I'd be like, okay, what's for lunch? Oh, grog? Figures. Grog again. We skip these. Whatever, this game ain't worth the backseat. Thank Jesus be ballin'. You've achieved self-awareness. It's crazy, too, because, well, you know what? I feel like just from what you just said, I know a lot about you. Because I always call you out as an eminent shit poster. I think you make some of the best shit posts in this chat. Isaac compelling you to backseat means in all likelihood, I'm going to guess that you found my channel as a younger individual from Isaac. You said, I love this game. I would love to watch it while I play it simultaneously. I understand that's how many of you found your way to this particular corner of the earth. And then you probably were like really annoyed for a while, but then you're like, why is he not talking about the game? But then some inertia, you started to find yourself in almost a Stockholm Syndrome-esque way. You're like, wait a second, I'm kind of enjoying this guy's content in spite of himself. And then this now, years later, with me playing Isaac, to this day, has reawakened the inner child amongst yourself. Much like the end of the movie Ratatouille, when Christopher Lee's food critic is teleported back to his mama's ratatouille, the dish that was the very namesake of the movie. A lot of people think it's named after the rat. It's the pun. There's a pun involved, but it's not named after the rat. Many people forget about that. Okay, slash marker me. We got one more. And we are zooming today, man. Many people are saying this. Many, many, many people are saying this. You know Remy's last name? That was the greatest relax pill of all time. The bro is a rat. He doesn't have a last name. No, you're right. If they made Ratatouille now, they would, at the end of the movie, it would be like, Remy. He'd meet his mom at the end of Ratatouille 2. I never told you your last name, Remy. The mom would be like, I'm going to say Annette Bening. You know, a famous Hollywood actress, distinguished, doing some work that's definitely beneath her. And then she'd be like, I never told you your last name, Remy. Your name is Remy McQueen. And then you would see, like on TV, it would zoom in on the TV behind her with Lightning McQueen around corner number 17, about to take the Piston Cup. I believe I have my stapler. Yes, that's right. Cars and Ratatouille take place in the same universe, Earth. You know what's crazy, by the way? Because I've talked a lot about how the health department is not based. You guys all love Ratatouille. You all think it's like a fucking greatest movie of all time. How many of you would go nuts on the table and actually eat at Gusteau's restaurant when the rat is cooking? None of you. Because when there's rats in the kitchen, your ass is like, I'm not going to eat there. I'm going to get poisoned. I don't mind eating there as long as the food's good. Doesn't bother me at all. I would only eat there if the rats were cooking. I know, well, for sure that shit is expensive. It might as well get something out of it. Hang on, I don't want to die. Still got it. It's a movie? Wrong. Ratatouille? A film. Armageddon? Movie. Pixar's weird in that they have some movies that are films and some movies that are movies. Good Dinosaur? That's a movie. Toy Story 2? That's a film. Is Frozen Kino? It's not, but it's underrated by this particular demographic. Frozen is not Kino, but it is overhated. Do they have any Kino? I think WALL-E's kind of Kino. Go, 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 watch this, watch this. I'm a genius. I'm a genius, bro. Did you see that? Oh, man. Why are you asking me if I bought a 2024 BMW X5, Chibli? I didn't buy it. I leased it, okay? Buying cars only makes sense if you're buying a Lamborghini so that you can take 50% depreciation on it right away. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of TikToks lately. I think it's tax fraud. Something like that. I told a great joke. My wife didn't seem to think it was that funny. We were driving to the Korean grocery store, and on the highway, we got passed by like a 1994 Toyota Corolla, and it was the loudest car I'd ever heard in my entire life. And she said, "What's wrong with that car?" And I said, "You know Japan. They're famous for making unreliable automobiles." She gave me a courtesy chuckle. It did not get the reaction that I thought it would get. Okay. This is where someone explains my own joke to me. Actually, Japan is famous for making reliable automobiles. Yes. Yes, that's baked into the premise of the joke. You are correct, sir. Watch this. Chibli can never. Yeah, she just thought I was being racist. What do you say fuck me for? At least Chibli's got a denim jacket. Jean jackets kind of, so they were big when I was a kid, like really young. And then they were not in vogue for a while, but then they became in vogue again for like a year and a half. Are they already gone? I need to try. They're already gone. Fashion is cyclic. Yeah, but like the ramen noodle haircut for men has been around for like 5-6 years now. Jean jackets came and went in a season and a half. Like it just, I guess different things move at different speeds, but still. I can't even, when librarian leaves a long message, sometimes you're best not to reply. I didn't see it. That's a roll in my, oh, come on. Wait, they do splash damage on every bounce? I didn't know that. Maybe this is goated. No one does ramen here anymore. You need to, I don't know where you live, but it sounds like you live in Ohio. This is a great big world out there. There's a lot of ramen, broccoli haircuts out there. What's interesting is it's very popular with young men. If you see a young man by himself, he will not have the ramen hair. But if you see a group of young men, I would say between the ages of 13 and 21, they will all have the broccoli hair, which indicates to me, and this is the insidious part, it's a self-propagating haircut. Like it's a mimetic haircut that gets transferred from like a host to another host. And I think that might be the first haircut of that kind. It briefly, the only other time I've ever studied this in my career, and it actually was even more insidious because it happened over the airwaves, was when Jennifer Aniston was the first patient zero, the noted case of the Rachel haircut. And that, even my mom got that one, but she got better. That one was crazy because it was the first transmission in history that didn't require contact between a host and a target, it actually was able to do its dirty work over the television airwaves. The Caesar from Clooney was also big. That's true. I mean, the joke doesn't really have legs, but I thought we were talking about JT ramen. Well, Justin Timberlake, it's a different kind. It's ramen for sure, but it's more in the same vein as almost, I would call it like a mid-length Chad Kroeger type ramen haircut. I'm talking more about the shaved sides and the broccoli on top. That's frosted tips? No, you got it confused. Justin Timberlake, you can't have frosted tips when you have curly hair. He had, I'll admit, he had like a prototype Maruchan ramen haircut. He might be patient zero, but it was within containment back then. Somehow TikTok has allowed it to breach. I need to do more damage, because I only have 25 minutes. Alright, well, I guess I'll just go fuck myself, actually. He got that Romanesco fade. I'll plus 2 you for that one. Sometime the ramen noodle... I don't know why I said sometime. I've undermined my point. Sometimes the ramen noodle haircut looks good. I'm not saying it looks bad. I'm just saying it is... it's everywhere. That was the original genesis of the conversation. And it makes me hungry. I have that haircut. Probably, I'm going to say 5% of chat has that haircut. It's I can only believe, now I'm not like in high school, but I have to believe that it's the most popular haircut amongst high school boys. Nope, I'm bald. No disrespect, but when you reach baldness age, you should know not everything's about you, okay? I'm talking about the youth of the nation, like POD. A lot of my students have that haircut. Thank you for backing me up. Mullets? No, you got young people confused with Jean Descarouge from Ridley Scott's The Last Duel. Now, it's you're based for making the error, but it's erroneous nonetheless. What? Holy cow, someone mentioned Kit Solano in here. We got a real Vancouver head. And they didn't even say Kit Solano, they said Kits. That's how you know they're living in East Van. Oh, here we go. Oh, man. You got me with the East Van, too? I know, because East Van, I mean, what are you doing calling somebody from Kits, like using the shorthand as if they were the hipster, bro? You ever walk down Commercial Drive? Shit is mullet central. And not just the men, but the women and children, too. As Hayden Christensen, noted Vancouver native, would say. One of these days, man. You ever seen him? No. I don't think... The only famous person I've ever seen in Vancouver is Dan Bayar. Dan Bejar? Dan Behar? Destroyer. And even then, I didn't know 100% that it was him until he had already passed me by. I was walking on the seawall. I saw a very cool-looking middle-aged man who looked like Destroyer walk by me, and I said, huh, that guy looks familiar. And then, like, I did the meme where, you know, the one where the distracted boyfriend, is that it? Where he's walking away and he looks back. I did the meme. I saw Cole Sprouse in a Mount Pleasant sandwich shop in 2019. Okay, but here's the important question. What's the, what sandwich shop? I'm trying to think, Mount Pleasant. I mean, you wouldn't insult yourself by calling Rosemary Rock Salt a sandwich shop. And I don't think you're seeing Cole Sprouse at a Subway. I gotta know. It's called Cafe Tika. It's not a chain. All right, I don't know it. You got me there. You Vancouver hipstered me. I didn't think it would be a chain, by the way. I just thought possibly I would have heard of it. You know, I've spent some time in Mount Pleasant. And I do mean on vacation. It's a nice neighborhood. Cole Sprouse fought my dad. Hey, this is a good time for me to admit, I don't know who Cole Sprouse is. Is he on one of those, like, CW shows? I've heard his name before. He's like a young adult actor, right? He's from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. He's Dylan Sprouse's brother? I don't know who Dylan Sprouse is either, bro. I don't know shit about the Sprouse clan. He's also on Riverdale. Oh, like Charles Melton? Exactly like Charles Melton. Okay. You know him from Big Daddy? He's the kid from Big Daddy? And he's on Riverdale? He's like my age then. Who the hell did he play? Principal Weatherby? I can't believe I remember Archie's principal's name, man. Thank you, Brain. That was like the perfect way to finish that one off. Oh, man. Almost there. What's this shit do again? What is this? What does this do, man? Ruins your life? Dice. Here we go. Is this like an Isaac mod? It's just what the damn game looks like now. It's a crazy world out there. One time Justin Chatwin tossed a firecracker at my brother when we were kids in Nanaimo. Now, finally we're dealing with an A-lister. Justin Chatwin, of course, most famous for Dragon Ball Evolution, where he played Goku, by the way. He wasn't a bit part in that movie. I'm just glad we're finally dealing with, like, some household names. That's a deep pull. It's literally all I know him from, to be honest with you. I once ran into Greg Proops. I don't really think I've met anybody famous. There was like, well, I went to school with Michael A.L. Fox, but at Champions of Fire 1, there was a meet and greet arranged for us. And Amazon staff that are watching this, I don't blame you, okay? It was a zero interest rate environment. You know, but it just didn't seem like a fit to me that after the event, we went to like a... the club in Caesar's Palace, and there was a meet and greet with Chuck the Iceman Liddell. Like, I had just gotten through 2 days of playing Amazon Kindle Fire games for money. But, like, we showed up too late to meet Chuck the Iceman Liddell, which honestly seemed fine because I don't watch the UFC, so I really would have just been like taking a picture just to be like, hey, this is a guy someone told me is famous. Like, it's better for him to have his time for himself than wasted with me, who's... It's not like I'm not a fan because I don't like him, I just don't know who he is. And that's like, I don't know. I guess at Champions of Fire 2, I didn't realize that DJ Rehab is actually like a pretty famous DJ. So I met him and spent some time on the couch with him and shook his hand and stuff like that. But it was only like years later that I discovered that he's actually like famous. Other than that, get Dan, man. Dan is pretty famous in certain circles. Yes, DJ Rehab, R3HAB. We should check. Anyway, I've never met that many famous people, honestly. And I'm out and about, which means they must not be out and about. I guess when they come to Vancouver, they're hiding. Or we're not running in the same circles. Crazy, I never ran into like Logan Paul picking my kid up from Gymboree. Didn't you run into a hockey player? I mean, it depends what you mean by famous, right? Like, one time, Kate and I had just seen a movie downtown, and we were walking, and there was former Canucks defenseman Ben Hutton. I can't remember. He was with another Canucks player, but I don't remember who it was. I think that's it, man. Otherwise, I don't count this because it's getting high on your own supply. The most famous people I've ever met are like other streamers and YouTubers. But like, I'm also in the business, so I almost don't count it, right? That would be like, well, maybe this is getting high on my own supply. So I think it would be like asking Meryl Streep like who the most famous person she'd ever met is. And she'd be like, you know, I'm like an actress. She'd be like, I've done movies with Dustin Hoffman, bro. Has she met you? No, because I've never met her. I've never met anybody that famous. But this is not just me putting on airs. I know it might be hard to believe. I actually think like just seeing a famous person, I wouldn't walk up to them and say like I recognize them. It would have to be someone that like, I don't know, whose work like I really, really, really identify with. Like, I've been talking up Matt Damon. If I was at a Subway and Matt Damon was in front of me, I don't think I would say, hey, Matt Damon, I love your work. I think I would just let Matt Damon, I would give him the gift of solitude. What am I going to say to Matt Damon? Hey, you're Matt Damon? He's going to be like, you're right. I haven't heard that one before. I'm going to be like, I enjoyed the movies you act in. And he's going to be like, that's why we make them. I'm sure the bro's just trying to... He's probably doing the same thing that I'm doing, rehearsing the order in my head so that I get the ingredients right when I get up to the front. Hi, can I have a foot-long Italian herbs and cheese, oven-roasted chicken breast, please? Yes, cheese and toasted. Like, are you just repeating that over and over in my head? Me, when the call of the void hits at Subway. Hi, can I have a foot-long cock? I mean, oh, fuck, a foot-long penis? Can I have a foot of dick in... I mean, can I have cheese and toasted penis? Can I get toasted peanut butter and jelly? Oh, man. with a little bit of poop on top. Two of hearts. What are we doing here, man? What are we doing here? Is this allowed? Hey, is this allowed? Stop. Why can you imagine Matt Damon at Subway but not Cole Sprouse? Because Matt Damon is 46 years old. Also, I feel like, well, I guess Matt Damon's from Boston, right? That's the other reason. And he's wicked smart. It feels crazy to me that I've never seen any more famous people than that. Or like come in contact with more famous people than that. Come on, bro. Come on. You just go to Costco? Brother, I'm out of the house like all the time. Now, my ass is not fucking... I don't know where the celebrities in Vancouver go. They probably go to the craft services, and then when the shoot is done, they probably go back to their hotel. If I had to guess, but... we out here. They're in your neighborhood? I don't think so. Although I will say... I have a friend who used, and this we're going several layers deep here. I have a friend who lived in an apartment building where one of his neighbors rented, like their side hustle was that they rented, we're so lucky. Hang on, we're 20 layers deep here. Their side hustle was they rented their apartment to actors and actresses who were in Vancouver for like long shoots. So apparently, and this is hearsay, they said that in like 2003, Halle Berry stayed in their apartment for like, I don't know, like 2 months while they were shooting Catwoman here. So apparently it does happen, but but I ain't ever seen it. Yeah, they signed her basketball. Must be a nice apartment. You know what the crazy thing was? Not really. Like, it was not a bad apartment, but it's not the kind of apartment you would expect, you know, like a Hollywood celebrity to be, like, living in. But, I mean, they're only there for 2 months. It's nicer than a hotel room, for sure. My neighbor is Brad Pitt's contractor, but I live in LA, so it's more like I'm saying I know a guy. Okay, I see you. It is cool, though. I mean, you can run the numbers, right? Like, I mean, obviously it's clumped geographically to big cities, I'm sure. But how many famous people are there worldwide? Like, from a Western context, because obviously, like, I could have passed by celebrities like every day in South Korea and I wouldn't have known. There must be like 50,000. And maybe any given person might recognize 2,500. And then how many... I can't do this math anymore. I've gotten too far. I've got too many digits. You would recognize 50 famous... I'm basically asking, can you name 50 people you've never met? If the answer is no, I don't believe you. You can't? Come on. You're watching... You got me already, and then I stream with like 12 other people. Now we're talking. So you're already getting there. I've never met you? That's what I'm saying. But if you saw me, you would be like, I know who that is. I'm not saying you've met 2,500 famous people. Are you insane? Who are you? Brad Pitt's contractor's neighbor? 12 then? I'm the only person you know that you don't know. That you've never met. That doesn't make sense. You wouldn't recognize Joe Biden if you saw him. You wouldn't recognize Cole Sprouse. It's you and Smosh? That's fucking sad. You gotta look at the liner jackets of your books, man. It's just me and Smosh? This shit is gonna... You're bumming me the fuck out, dude. I'm flattered that you recognize me and Smosh, but, like, you gotta broaden your horizons a little bit on top of that. That's such a good comeback. Me and Smosh, man. You know what's crazy? There's some real heads out there. I got recognized, like, during everybody masked up era of COVID. That's crazy. I remember in my head being like, how the fuck did you recognize me? I had like a toque on and a mask. Dude was like, hey, are you NL? Damn, bro, keep it down. I'm at Save-On. I wasn't actually upset. I was impressed more than anything else. I should not be doing this. You know what? It might have been the toe walking. That's fair.
Soul of Isaac.
Okay, we'll talk. I mean, I got 4 minutes. Loud complaints of electrical interference. You would be so stunned by how normal I am in public, except for the toe walking. I'm making small talk with the cashier, other people in line if they start it. That's not normal. It is normal. It's just not normal on this website. And I understand you come by it honestly. No disrespect intended. I do slide with my socks on, but the people, like, in public don't have to know that because I got shoes on. Stop holding everyone up in line, Grandpa. No, I would say I am in the top 25th percentile, the top quartile of speed demons. And that's whether I'm paying at a checkout that is manned by a cashier, or personed by a cashier, I should say, or the self-checkout, no matter who it's personed by, usually me. I'm not the fastest. Even in my age group, I'm faster than the average 35-year-old, I'll tell you that much. You know how I know that? Because I need to use my fingerprints to open the wallet on my phone to pay for something at a card reader. I open it, and then it has a 30-second countdown, and I then start scanning this stuff so that I can instantly do the tap. So I'm sub 30 seconds most of the time. Now, what if you got more than 5 items? Then I'm not going to the self-checkout most of the time. Like, you will, if anybody, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to use a pejorative. I think you are stupid if you use the self-checkout at Costco. At a normal grocery store, you're almost stupid if you don't, because you are going to be faster than the cashier, and who cares, you know? It's their job to scan the stuff. It's not to, you know, break a new world record in scanning speed. They got other stuff on their minds. At Costco, they are faster than you. Those are artisan scanners. That's what they do all day. It's an art. They study it, and They scan them faster than you could possibly scan them. Unless you also worked at Costco. The only reason you would use the self-checkout at Costco is to steal things. He's exactly right. Scanning your PlayStation 5 as 4011. Okay, one moment. I'm just going to tell Bear Taffy I will be 2 minutes late. Hello. I'm on the Cathedral. I will be 3 mins max. Prage. I am in traffic. Bro, this is as traffic as anything else. It's the same principle. If I didn't want to be late, I shouldn't have started an Isaac run, you know, at this time. I should have started my Isaac run, you know, 40 minutes early instead of 25 minutes early. But if conditions were perfect, I would have been on time. Do you line up the barcodes for the cashier? God is my witness. I never thought to do that. That's a great idea. But then sometimes at Costco, I'm not making an excuse for my behavior. You got me, kid. It looks like I won't be 3 minutes. At Costco, they're usually actually like mad at me for putting my shit on the belt. On the belt, I'm trying to put all the stuff, and then the assistant, I don't know how the hierarchy works, but there's one person at the cash register and one person handling logistics. The logistics manager is always like, what are you doing? Like, stop putting your shit on the belt. We got this, bro. You pay $60 a year for a membership. Just give us the cart. Okay, slash marker. That's Isaac 4. I'm going to go pee. I'll be back to play Guess That Rotten Tomatoes Score with Bear Taffy. See you in just a moment.
That'd be pretty fitting. Boop doo doop doo.
Not,
Yeah.
He wasn't hearing me because I had my mic muted.
Hey here.
Hello, hello.
Hey, buddy.
I lost my Isaac run.
No, I'm
And Mom
sorry.
found
I
the
was gonna
piss
ask.
drawer.
That sucks, man. Hopefully you get to win an Isaac run soon. I'm pulling for that for you.
I'm so invested in seeing how this game ends.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard it's pretty killer.
That ongoing story of Isaac and his mother.
Well, one day. If you navigate over to my stream very quickly, you'll see the adorable little Microsoft Paint scoreboard that I've whipped up for us.
Okay.
No pressure, but it's pretty cute.
I'm taking a look. I hear
No
my
pressure.
Whoa, dude. Is that like Adobe Flash?
Ah, it's Microsoft Paint.
How are you updating the number?
Oh, I have the text in OBS.
Oh,
I just got
I
my
never thought about
I
that.
know, right? Layers on layers.
That's
dude.
crazy. That's so smart.
All right. You ready to go?
Okay, I just want to say, as we get started here, I just want to say that I don't have any cool Rotten Tomatoes MS Paint scoreboard or anything. So what I'm going to do is when you tell me the movie, we're going to have a gentleman's agreement. I'm going to open the Wikipedia page for that movie, but I'm not going to scroll.
That's the danger, because
Nuts on the table. I'm not going down to reception. I'm not going to box office or anything like that. It's just to have something on the screen for chat to look at. Otherwise, my whole chat will just be like, what are we looking at?
Makes perfect sense. I honestly, I almost wanted to just consider this like effectively a podcast, as there's really not going to be a big visual element on my side either, besides the scoreboard. But yeah, that does sound good. But again, just if you're anything like me, the temptation to avert your gaze just that slightest bit down to the bottom right with all the percentages is going to be strong. So just resist.
I'm hoping that most of these movies are going to be noteworthy enough that the Wikipedia article will be long enough that I will not see the reception on the homepage.
Did you happen to prepare a few, or are you going off the top of the dome?
I'll go off the top of the dome.
I like that. I think that's a good approach, especially to be complimentary to my short little list I prepared. Mostly, I got a little list made because I wanted to at least be able to provide like some sort of conversation about the movie, because there's not a lot recently that I've seen. So I've got a few of my preferred classics, but we got a couple of the new stuff, or a couple of new ones in there too.
I'm so ready.
Let's do it. All right. So without further ado, welcome everybody. It's Guess the Rotten Tomato Score with Bear and Northernlion. I stole this idea from other YouTubers, but that's okay.
That's the way to do it.
That's just how YouTube works these days, and it just seems like a fun idea, so we're going to go for it. It's pretty self-explanatory. We're going to take turns suggesting films, and then we're going to talk about the movies for a little bit, and then we're going to guess what we think was the critic score and the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes for that movie. We're going to get a point for getting the closest to the critic score. We're going to get a point for getting closest to the audience score. So there's a total of 2 points available per film. Cool.
Okay, so you don't know you don't know the results either.
No, not at all. I have no idea of the critic or audience scores for any of the movies I'm about to list.
But then how did you pick the movie?
You're just going to have to find out.
Well, all right.
I did try to get a mix of what I thought would be like higher rated films and lower rated stuff, and a couple in between too. We'll see how it goes. All right, you want to just get going?
Let's
I'll offer our
it.
first option. All right. I'm going to start us off. I'm going to bring us back just a little bit to, I think it was 2012, I want to say, for Cabin in the Woods.
Cabin in the Woods. Okay,
I'm
just
also going to
loading.
Google it and do my damnedest not
Careful with the Google. I went to wikipedia.org.
We're good. I got it.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you that Cabin in the Woods, have you seen it?
I have.
I'm going to guess that you enjoy this movie a lot.
I do. I liked it quite a bit.
I also enjoy this movie quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, I used to go to Rotten Tomatoes like every day.
That's why I was kind of worried about playing this with you, because I was like, this dude has probably retained maybe like 75% of the film scores that he's seen.
Mm-hmm, that's what I'm hoping. And I feel like I recall Cabin in the Woods having a ridiculously high Rotten Tomatoes critic score that I'm going to say is 92.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
And
That's
then, well, I don't
See,
know.
I was wondering, man, because like I know that in the moment it was like so like, it subverted people so well. Like obviously in hindsight, I think a couple more movies have gone this route, but this was the first to really just sort of take it in this direction. So I guess it makes sense that it would be that high with the critical acclaim. I think the audience reception is going to be even higher, but you can't get much higher than 92. That's up there.
Would you like to make your critics guess, or do you want me to yeet an audience score out there as well?
Let me hear your audience score too, and then I'll give you both of mine.
My hypothesis for this is that the audience score will also be high, but I think two things are going to pull it below the critic score. One
Yeah.
is a twist this outrageous. I think like 8% of the population just rejects it. As soon as it no matter how good a twist is, they just go, "Oh, come on."
Yeah, I think you're right. I have had that response too, but this one didn't give me that. This one, despite even having been like spoiled a little bit on what was going to happen with this one too, it still worked out for me. I think especially because of like the way that they like minor spoiler alert, but like they do like dive deeper into it and like really explore what's going on with the underground element of things.
They do.
In a
They
cool
Stanley
way.
Parable it.
Yeah, definitely. All right. I'm gonna add
I
it to
think
my-
it's going to be, I'm going to say 87. So 92
Okay,
critics,
okay.
87 audience that's my gut check.
I think you've actually sold me on the idea of going even higher for my critics score. I'm going to go ahead and
Ooh.
say critics were up at a 96. I'm going to say they absolutely love this one. I'm going to say audience is up there too. I'm going to go with a 97 audience. I think this is a well-loved film for a lot of reasons. All right. So let's recap on that. You went with a 92 critic and a 95?
92 critic, 87 audience.
87 audience. Okay, so here we go. Our first official result. Rotten Tomatoes search. Cabin in the Woods. Official tomato meter. 92%. Look at you go.
Holy.
Ah, geez. I'm almost tempted to give you a bonus point right out of the gate here, man. God damn.
Well, let's not go crazy.
Yeah, that's a bit much. All right, so we'll give you the one.
It just had the
That's-
vibe of a 92. I don't know how to explain it.
That's actually a 2-pointer for you right out of the gate. That's a 74 on the
74?
audience score. I know. That's honestly shocking. Like
The audience, they don't deserve this. They don't deserve this movie.
even back then. I mean, I do wonder too, because you can rate movies on Rotten Tomatoes at any point, right? It doesn't, it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like within a certain window. So I suppose that could actually have been the effect that I was talking about a little earlier, where like as the movie has become less groundbreaking, maybe people see it like a decade later and they're like, "Oh, come on, that's not
Right. It's like that thing
not that
where
special."
when I finally saw The Godfather, I was like, I don't get it. It's just a mafia movie. I didn't realize that that's because I saw The Simpsons reference the stuff from The Godfather like 40 times.
You
They
were already
invented
ahead of the curve there. I've got some really nice elevator music playing in the background here too, man. I'm all about the production value.
I am not. I just have a light mode Wikipedia of a static screen.
It's flash banging the entire audience. Yeah. All right. So that's Cabin in the Woods. So you're up.
Okay. I'm scratching my brain.
Yeah.
See, the problem for me is I've been watching movies on the Peloton, but I've been like looking them up as I watch them. So I wouldn't dare pull something like, The Last Duel by Ridley Scott from 2021 because
That's fair. Yeah.
let me think about something from. You know what? I'm gonna say, what about Crank High Voltage? The
Ooh, that's fun.
2009 sequel to Crank.
That's a Statham joint, isn't it?
It is Jason Statham, Amy Smart, Bai Ling, and Dwight Yoakam. That's right. Now,
This is
if you've
Crank
never
2?
in Crank 1, Jason Statham is poisoned by the mob, and
Right.
the only way he can stay alive is to keep his heart rate high, so that his adrenaline counteracts the poison. In Crank 2, He needs to administer an electric shock to his body to keep his heart pumping.
Yes, that actually that's what I thought the first Crank was. It's weird to me to hear you explain the plot to Crank and it not be the plot to Crank 2, because that was the entire version of that I had in my mind.
Well, what's crazy is that they do take place all in essentially the same day. So like at the end of Crank 1,
shit.
he like falls out of an airplane, and then it starts from right there in Crank 2.
Oh my god, that's a busy 24 hours, dude. This is. I think I would like this actually. I think I would like this movie if I sat down and watched it judgment free.
I'm going to tell you, if Crank and Crank High Voltage have one fan, it is me. And if they have no fans, then I am dead. I think that these are very, very good action comedies. I think some people look at them and they go, "That's ridiculous," and it's ridiculous. But almost every action movie is in a way ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Like it was really
Jason Statham is ridiculous, man. He's like a cartoon character.
I mean, if you wait till he hooks his tongue up to the car battery and then has Bai Ling rev the engine, and then tell me he's not a cartoon character.
I want to have it written into my Twitch contract that I can't ever lose a competition. Just like I can't ever lose in a fight in a movie contract.
I forgot about that.
Like, I don't want to lose this to you today. I know I'm going to, but...
Well, I don't know. I don't remember what Crank 2 is, how its reception was.
Well, here, I'll start us off with the guessing since you got us going last time.
Okay.
I'm going to say this is firmly mediocre. I want to put it in like the 60 to 70 range. Let's say if Crank launched at like a 73, this is probably like a 67 for the critics, something like that. I'll even write it in on my official pad here. This would be a 67 for critics. Audience probably likes it a little more, but not much. I'm going to go with a 71 audience score.
Okay. So you're going 67, 71?
Yeah.
I think that this was a good choice because I feel like exactly the opposite in both ways.
Really?
I feel like this, I agree with the sense that I think it's going to be mediocre from the critics. I think it's going to be, I'm going to say 57.
Okay.
But then I actually think, and this might be the most insane part, I think that the audience is going to take themselves too seriously and dislike it even more. I have a hypothesis. My basic heuristic for looking at movie reviews, the better a movie is, the greater the gulf between the critics and the audience scores.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If a movie is amazing, 98 critics, 62% audience. If a movie is horrible, 12% critics, 82% audience.
Like completely absent the quality of the movie itself. It's the simple matter of there being like a consensus on something either being great or terrible is going to draw in contrarians who just want to be like, I don't know, I don't think so.
Exactly. So I think that this movie is good. Ergo, the audience rating will be lower than the critics score. So 57 critics, and I'm going to say 45 audience. Although I'm gonna say 48 because I can't imagine any audience members that came into Crank 2 wouldn't be familiar with the ridiculousness from Crank 1. So I'm gonna say 57, 48.
All right. You want to give us the big reveal since this is your movie?
That's a good point. I should do that. Okay.
You're going to be happy with the audience score. I'll just say that.
No way. Crank High Voltage from 2009.
Yeah.
Whoo! Okay, it has a 63 on the tomatometer.
So I think that, I think I beat you by 2 on the critics score. So that was a close one.
And then it has a 49 from the audience. That's a split right there.
God damn. You have very nearly gotten exact guesses on back-to-back movies here.
And now I'm on Rotten Tomatoes, and I'm like, bro, you're telling me ISS has a 92%? I honestly thought that was a January science fiction movie. I thought we were looking in the 30s for that.
People are hungry, apparently, dude.
Good Lord.
All right. Looks like I'm up. Okay, let's go a little more recent.
Okay, a little more
A little more
cerebral.
modern. Yeah, exactly. Let's try out Asteroid City,
Okay.
the Wes Anderson joint.
Now I can tell you I have not seen Asteroid City,
Okay.
but I can tell you that my parents saw it in theaters and said that it was missable, which to me means that I honestly think I'm going to start with the audience score, and I'm going to say that the audience score is going to be surprisingly low. I'm going to say for a Wes Anderson movie, higher than Crank, High Voltage, though. I'm going to say 64% on the audience score.
Okay. Okay.
But I know that this is indeed. I bet the letterbox score is a lot higher because I feel like this is now become a more respected, almost like cult classic in the Wes Anderson oeuvre.
Yeah.
Now, I would say, critically speaking, I'm going to put it at a 73. So I'm going to go 73 and 64.
Okay. 64-73 for critic audience, respectively, right?
64, 70, 73 critics, 64 audience.
Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah. Ooh, that is very close to the range I wanted to go. I think I might go a little higher with critics. I just can't help but feel like critics want to like Wes Anderson movies, just regardless of what they even are. And this is like as missable. I agree this one's missable. I wouldn't go out of your way to watch this one. But if you like Wes Anderson, this is extremely Wes Anderson. Like it checks
Look
every
at the poster.
God, yeah. I mean, watch the trailer for God's sake. It's just quintessential Wes Anderson, complete with the ensemble cast. So I think for that reason, I might go a little higher. I might go into like the high 70s, maybe like a 79 for critics or something like that. Seems right to me. But I do think you're right about the audience. I don't think this one really stuck with them. So I'm going to go with like a 59 audience score on this one too.
So a 79, 59
Yeah.
versus a 73, 64.
Yeah, you're going to help me out with
I'm trying to remember my own as well. Yeah. Okay.
That's mostly why I'm writing mine down is so I don't forget.
That's
my
a good
own
idea.
submissions.
I do own a pen.
All right. Looking up Asteroid City on RottenTomatoes.com. This is going to be a 75 from critics on the tomato, putting us that one goes to you as well, I think, right? Because that is you were.
I was
at
on
73?
73. Yeah.
Yeah. God, man, we're close on them though. Audience score, I think, is going to go to me though. It's going to be at a 62.
62.
Yeah, pretty low.
I don't know. I said.
What'd you say?
I think I
What'd you
said
say?
64.
God damn it, you're right. Oh, that hurts.
I'm keeping myself honest with this.
You are. No, I appreciate that. That's a 2-pointer for you for sure. But sheesh, that's as close as it can be. Chat verified. Yep. All right. There it is. Yeah, damn. All right,
Shout out to my mom and my dad for telling me that they thought this one was mediocre.
Yeah. Big swing. All right. Yep, off to a strong start. You're up.
Okay, let me think about this. You know what? I'm just gonna take something. Let's throw you a curveball. How about Batman Returns? And this one, I wouldn't even know where to start, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, so honestly, you're even gonna have to help me out as far as like who's playing Batman in this.
This
one.
is a Michael Keaton Batman movie.
Okay,
This is the second Michael Keaton Batman movie.
This is a Tim Burton, if I'm not mistaken.
It is Tim Burton. So it's the one with
Directed by
Michelle
Tim Burton.
Pfeiffer
Yep.
and
Starring
the Penguin.
Danny DeVito.
Yep,
And
Danny
Michelle
DeVito.
Pfeiffer, I believe Danny DeVito playing the role of the Penguin.
It scarred me as a child. My mom took me to see this in
still there?
theaters, which is crazy because I must have been.
Oh, I think I lost him.
Oh, hello. Oh, I hit
This is an
delete, so I
interesting
probably muted myself. Hang on,
had no
delete.
interest-
Delete is my mute key, so I muted myself.
Oh, okay.
I was saying this movie scarred me because my mom took me to see it in theaters, and Danny DeVito as the Penguin bites somebody's nose off. And now
I remember that.
now I'm looking at this.
I remember that.
I'm like, this shit came out in 1992. I was 3.5 years old. What was my mom doing taking me to see Batman Returns in the movie theater? That's crazy, bro.
Dude, Danny DeVito as the Penguin in this movie is like scary.
He's
Like,
scary, yeah.
They did a great job on that makeup. Like he's got an intimidating presence.
What was she thinking?
I
man?
do like Michael Keaton's Batman a lot, and I think that is like a common opinion. I think there is a
Yeah.
lot of love for the Michael Keaton Batman. I think
would
this
agree
might be
with that.
pretty high, man. I don't know. I don't know about the critical reception. I have no idea, honestly, about the critical reception. Let's call it. I'm gonna give this one an 81
Okay, 81 critics
from the critics. Let's go 86
from the audience.
audience score. I think
Okay.
this is a very well liked movie.
So you're going 80. I got it written down. 81, 86.
There you go.
I have no idea where to place this one. First thing I'm going to say is I think that if I had to bet, I would say your audience score is real close.
Yeah.
Because I think that this is a well-liked Batman movie and has become more well-liked over time.
Question: Does Rotten Tomatoes? I know we just talked about how there's no like threshold on when people can submit audience scores. Is the
Yeah.
same true of critics reviews?
Yeah. If someone
They just write a
reviews
review
Batman
for
Returns,
today,
yeah, 30
okay.
years later.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That probably has that's worth considering too.
I think that if any, like, listen, I'm not going to price is right. That's disrespectful. Like, I think it's going to be lower than 86. I'm not going to throw you an 85. I'm going to throw you for the audience score. I'm going to give you a 75. I'm going to cut it right
bold.
there.
Okay.
And then for the critics, a lot of people forget because we were blessed with. So basically superhero movies got so good relative to what they used to be that people no longer respect them at all, which is fair.
yeah.
They got sick of like 7 and 8 out of 10s. Back in the day, this was all we had. It was Batman Returns, then a decade of garbage, and then Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Exactly. I was going to say exactly that.
There's 10 years of like, you can't make a good superhero movie. I think, though, that means that I'm remembering it more fondly, maybe, than it was respected at the time. I'm going to say it was less critically respected than the first Batman at release, at least. Maybe that's not relevant in 2023. I'm going to put it at a 72 critics, 75 audience.
Okay. It's your reveal.
It is my reveal. Sorry, I also forgot about X-Men 1. That's true. That changed the
2000?
game.
I think that was right on the turn of the century.
Okay. Bear Taffy, I am pleased to inform you. Your critic score was bang on. 81% for the critics.
That feels
And-
good. I've needed that.
The audience score of 73 means that I will take the audience score.
Yeah,
It also
all right.
means that people are haters. If a movie is good, Rotten Tomatoes is like it's a consensus model, right? If a movie is likable, I don't think a critic has a hard time being like, I like this movie, here's a 3 out of 5.
Yep.
But I think that the audience is full of people who want to be haters. I don't know.
Well, it's
What do you think is the highest audience score on the website?
Probably fucking like Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
11 out of 10?
Or Dragon Slayer Doppelganger.
Of course. That actually got removed from IMDb.
Oh, no.
We were accused of gaming the system,
Yeah, well, they were, to be
which
fair.
they were.
Oh, man. I got the one critics nailed at least there. That feels pretty good.
And that
for
was
me.
perfect.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Let's go with. We're gonna throw it back to one of my all-time favorites here with UHF.
Oh, okay.
Please tell me you've seen UHF.
I have seen UHF.
Okay.
It was a long, long time ago. It's probably 2009. UHF. So I use this in Cine 2 Nerdle all the time, so I know it has Michael Richards in it.
Nice. Yeah, there you go.
I remember this. Let me get my ledger prepared here. Being somewhat funny, but not a movie I would expect to do well with the critics.
Absolutely not.
I think they would find it a little scattershot, and its satire would be too on the nose for the coastal academics who make up the movie reviewers at your average publication, especially in 1989. I'm going to say, audience-wise, I can't imagine anyone seeing Weird Al starring in a movie, choosing to watch it, and then being like, that sucked.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
absolutely.
put it on the higher side. I'm going to say 79 audience.
Yeah.
And then for the critics, I'm going to put out a hit. I'm going to say 28.
Oh boy! Wow. Okay. That's leaving a wide open window for me. Although I don't know if you're wrong, but man, I want to go back. I want to go to bat for this movie because it's like I have a special place in my heart for it. I've watched this probably like a dozen times. Like I can throw this on at any moment and watch the whole thing and have a great time. I also think it's hilarious. Like even for a movie that came out in 1989, I still think it's like very funny. There's still a few jokes in this that can still make me laugh. It's got a good cast. It's well acted. Kevin McCarthy, legendary
Speaker of the House.
villain performance. This is a good crew here, man. I don't know. I wish this had a better score than I assume it has, because I also can't help but feel like the critics score is probably like 40, 45. I'll give it a 43 just to give it a little bit of a boost, because I do think it's around that zone. And then I was going to go with a high audience score too, although after just a few movies here in Guess the Rotten Tomato score, I'm beginning to think that the threshold for like a high audience score is a little lower than I initially suspected. Like, I don't think anything's in the 90s, dude. Do you? Like, I feel like that might be like a near impossibility.
Yeah, I'm realizing. Because you know
Yeah.
what it is? I think the average hater, if they saw something at 100, they'd be like, well, I liked it, but I could also be the guy who took it to 99.
Yeah, exactly. So remind me what your audience score was?
My audience score was 79.
79. Do I dare? I don't think so. I think I gotta go lower on this one, despite the fact that I want so badly for it to be higher. Let's go with a 70 even.
70 even from the
Audience
audience.
score.
Okay.
All right.
And from the critics?
Critics was 43.
43. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Rotten Tomatoes for 1989's UHF.
I believe it won Best Picture that year.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure best screenwriting. 61
Wow.
from the critics. A surprisingly
Apologies,
high
Weird
score.
Al. I was not
Okay.
familiar with your game.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good. All right, so I think I'll take the point for the critics score, but I believe you very nearly nailed it again. Audience score 77.
Oh,
So close, but yeah, that'll be a point for
I know
you.
I know the people.
Yeah, clearly.
I don't agree with them, for the record, but I know them.
Right. Yep. I mean, that is with the with what we've seen so far. That does seem to be on the higher end for audience score at the very least. There's a much higher critic score than I expected.
All I
Okay,
remember from UHF is the Rambo 2 parody,
Yeah,
where the
yeah.
dude unloads the full clip in him and he doesn't die, but then Weird Al shoots him with the bow and he explodes.
Yep. Classic scene. I think you're up.
Okay, let me think of something from back in the day. You know what? How about The Mask
Oh, love it.
from 1994, probably, or
Great
1993?
idea. Yeah, around that time. That was the Jim Carrey golden years.
Oh, he was on the ascent.
I think it was honestly like a full decade there between what was it? It was about, I think Ace Ventura was the first big one for him, right? And that was like 92 or something like that. And then all the way through friggin' Bruce Almighty.
Yeah, I'm so happy
Just-
I'm talking to another man of taste here, because I think a lot of people would have said up until Yes Man, and I would say, excuse me, yeah, I'm not gonna insult Yes Man necessarily, but I
Certainly-
personally draw the line at Bruce Almighty, his last good Jim Carrey style comedy.
There's a line drawn firmly there in my mind, absolutely, as far as the quality mark between Yes Man and Bruce Almighty, no doubt.
Fun with Dick and Jane has some moments, and Yes Man occasionally can make you chuckle, but I think that Bruce Almighty was the beginning of the end.
Oh yeah. Was
Okay.
Liar Liar before?
Oh,
Ace
yes.
Ventura was before Liar Liar, wasn't it? Or was that earlier?
Ace Ventura was like 7 years before Liar Liar, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. The Mask.
All right, so I think I'm up first here. For The Mask, boy, what would be the critical reception? Let me Wikipedia this.
So I
just
gotta tell
a
you,
little
if
bit.
you were on the streets of the playground in 1994, like
Yeah.
Bear and I were, this was The Godfather Part 2.
This was all you were talking about.
Smoking, somebody stop me. Do you feel lucky, punk? That's a spicy meatball.
Cameron Diaz in the red dress.
That didn't hit me until a little later, but yes, without a doubt.
You know what? I'm gonna go pretty high here. I think this was well liked. Again, it was in the golden era of Jim Carrey. I think people were in the mood for this. I think I'm gonna go with like a 70, high 70s, 77. 77 for the critical reception.
77 for The Mask.
Audiences, I think, like it quite a bit as well. Let's go 83. 77 critics, 83 audience for The Mask.
That's tough. That's tough. I feel like you took it out of my brain.
This is the advantage of going first.
It's true, yeah. You kind of anchor on what the first person says.
Yeah.
Like, I would not have said 28 for UHF if I had gone second, I think. I would have been like, that's at least a 55.
Yeah. That was a bold choice. I appreciated it, though.
I feel like The Mask, I feel like it was liked at release. I saw this there's a story here. I saw this in the drive-in movie theater, but this is weird because apparently I was old enough to see Batman Returns. But for The Mask, my parents were like, it was the second movie out of two. The first one was Monkey Trouble. The second one was The Mask. They said, just go in the back seat and close your eyes if it gets too scary. So I kept my eyes closed the whole time.
Oh, no.
And then I saw it on VHS like a year later, and I was like, that's funny. But when The Mask takes over, I was still pretty scared.
It's freaky, dude, yeah.
When he tries to pull it off his face, but the mask is sticking to his face. Oh, man.
Dude, you got me Googling Monkey Trouble, too. I had completely removed this from my mind.
Yeah, and then we have like forced moves with Monkey Trouble because I'm always like, yeah, it's Anna Paquin, and she like a monkey escapes from a cosmetics factory or something, and then they're like, it's not Anna Paquin, it's Thora Birch. Like I've done this. True. I've told this story like 20 times. Monkey in a hotel? No, you fool! That's Dunstan checks in, and it's a chimpanzee. It's completely different primate-based medias, okay?
Don't have the gall to call Dunstan checks in Monkey at a hotel. Come
Next,
on,
you're gonna
a dignified film.
You're gonna tell me that Monkey Trouble is the one where the dude plays hockey. That's MVP, most valuable primate. Okay, I think I'm stalling.
Yeah.
I think the critics are going to. I mean, I'm basically going higher or lower. I'm realizing now when you go second, that's your advantage is you go higher or lower.
Yeah.
I'm going to go crazy.
This is a tough one, though.
I'm taking higher on The Mask.
On the critics?
On the critics. I'm going to take an 81 on the critics.
Wow.
And then I'm almost going to flip you. I'm going to take an 81 on the critics. I'm going to take a 77 on the audience. I think there's some people out there who still just resent Jim Carrey.
Okay. Fair. I think this is your reveal, too.
My gut wants me to take a 60s from the critics, but I think especially as time has gone on, people our age that became movie critics, they're not giving a Rotten Tomato to The Mask.
Right.
The Mask, 1994. I can't find it. Did we imagine this movie? The Purge?
I think if you search The Mask Jim Carrey, it'll pull it up.
The Mask, Jim Carrey. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God damn it, dude. I'm all right. I'm spoiling your reveal, I know, but I searched it too. I'm so
Critics score 80%. You had 77, I had 81.
You beat me by 2 again.
Audience score 68. I got 77. You got 83.
Yeah. All right, that's two more for NL, son of a bitch.
I feel like we're learning. I've been beating this drum that the critics are smart and the audience is stupid for probably 10 years. Every time I bring it up, people accuse me of being out of touch. Yeah? Really? The critics love The Mask and the audience thinks it's mid. Where do you fall on the side of that? It's not my fault that people who can appreciate true beauty end up working at the Chicago Tribune, okay?
Oh man. All right, where are we going from here? I guess I'm up next. I'll give it to you then. You want something a little more standard? You want to go with a wild card
Oh,
here?
a wild card,
You gotta get a
absolutely.
wild card in, right? All right. So let me hit you with Pixar's The Good Dinosaur.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've seen The Good Dinosaur.
You have.
I
That's
have.
shocking to me.
It is the beginning of Pixar having a mid-off.
Yes.
It
This
is
is precisely why I chose it, because I thought that it would be very difficult for us to like pin down exactly how mid it is.
now. I will say that the director of The Good Dinosaur, they gave him a second shot this year with Elemental.
Oh, really?
And Elemental is not as good as the best Pixar stuff, but it runs laps around The Good Dinosaur. Like it has a real emotional core to it. It's I wouldn't describe it as a masterpiece, but it's pretty good. Yeah.
The only real frame of reference I have for The Good Dinosaur is what appears to me to be universal consensus that this is the point at which Pixar began to fall off.
We
Right,
couldn't
because, like-
believe that they could make something that wasn't at least an 8 out of 10.
But it's insane that they maintained that, like not even really subjectively, like again an almost universal acclaim to just like some of the best animated films of the last 15 years. It's all Pixar.
yeah, they put out like you got to remember from 2003 through
Or
like
hell,
The Good
25
Dinosaur.
years, for God's sake. Yeah.
They went like Monsters Inc., Finding Nemo, Ratatouille, Up, Wall-E. Like they were just
These
they
are
were knocking them
10
out of the
10
park.
films. These are 10 out of 10. Like every single one is
And
just
it's true. People,
insane.
I will say, people forgave Cars because the audience is bringing up Cars. That's true, but I think people were like, they gave them a commercial one. They said, you know what? They're just making cars to sell toys. They got to do that in order to finance, Wall-E 2 or
The
whatever.
Good Dinosaur.
So The Good Dinosaur was really where it's almost like rather than this is not a cynical movie. Like they meant to tell a story and they just messed it up.
Yeah, yeah. No,
There's no Lightning McQueen in this, okay? Nobody's
what
going
is
as the
it-
Good Dinosaur for Halloween.
What is it to you that like is it really just like a matter of it being underwhelming or boring, or do you find yourself as you're watching The Good Dinosaur just like having a certain level of expectation that they didn't meet, or what was it about the movie that was like off-putting, if anything?
I guess I don't. It's been probably
Been too
8
long.
years since I've seen it.
Yeah, yeah.
But what I recall is just watching it and being like, this feels like a DreamWorks movie. Like it
Oh,
feels like instead of it being like a timeless like Hans Christian Andersen fable,
Yeah.
it feels like at any point the Good Dinosaur could start dancing the Gangnam Style.
Okay. That's a weirdly effective way of conveying the idea of a DreamWorks movie.
Well,
All
I
right.
think
So yeah, you're up.
I think critically, this. I have a hard time believing that it would be below a 55.
I was gonna say 55. Yeah. God damn it.
I think this one's going to be a little out of pocket for me. I'm gonna give it a 58 from the critics. I mean, at the end of the day, it's mostly just a disappointing movie. It's not like it's
Yeah.
horrible. And I'm going to say this is the rare one where the audience prefers it because a lot of people are going to be watching this with their kids and they're going to be like, it kept them busy for 90 minutes or like 3 hours or however long the
Yeah.
movies are these days.
Right.
So I'm going to say critics 58, audience I'm going to put it up not much higher, but I'm going to put it up at 65.
Okay. I like that. I'm going to take your guesses and add 10 to each of them.
Oh, so you're going 68, 75.
68, 75. Yeah, that seems about right to me. So we'll go with 68
All
critics, 75 audience. I'll even bump that up to a 77 audience.
77. Okay, let me erase that. 77.
Yeah. So I think despite it being possibly one of Pixar's worst films, I still think that, like you said, like there's plenty of people out there who would be very happy to throw on The Good Dinosaur for their kids for an afternoon.
It's likable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
especially if you're like 10.
All right. That's my reveal. Let me look it up. The Good Dinosaur. starring Jeffrey Wright. What?
Yeah, he plays the father of the good dinosaur, maybe. I don't know. Dude, what a wasted cast. Look at this. Okay. Sam
yeah.
Elliott, Anna Paquin, Jeffrey Wright, and Frances McDormand. What are we doing
Holy
here
cow.
having them do the voice actors for a dinosaur family that gets washed away by a flood like 30 minutes into it?
That just makes me think of oh my goodness, I'm not gonna be able to remember the actor's name. The Steve the Pirate from Dodgeball.
Alan Tudyk.
Alan
Yeah.
Tudyk. Yeah, that always makes me think of how they had him voice the chicken in Moana. And just looking at the behind the scenes footage of that is so fucking good. Man, I really wish I'd inverted my scores here, although I think I might have still gotten both. We got a 75 from critics.
Washed.
Surprisingly
Critics
high.
are
There's
washed.
Certified fresh.
Now that's
The Good
the
Dinosaur.
red tomato I can see, but a gold seal behind it, I don't.
That's,
I can't stand for that.
That's something there.
Certified
Audience
fresh
score-
used to mean something.
Right. It used to be the blue check mark of Rotten Tomatoes. 64 audience score. So yours, I think, I think if I had not made my final adjustment to my audience score, I think I might have stuck in on that point.
Well, I said 65 for my audience score, so
Oh man! All
I'm
right.
sad.
Oh, that's right. Because I added your 10, and then okay, yeah. You still got it. Still got it. All right, I mean, I guess I got to take the splits where I can get them. But geez, you're starting to run away with this
Holy.
already. Current score: Bear 4 points, Northernlion with 10.
oh my god.
Yeah, you're kind of running away with this already. You want to throw me a bone here? Maybe you want to give me something
Okay.
you think might stick in my mind.
I'm trying to. You know what? Let's go with a landmark of Utah adjacent cinema. How about
Oh, I think I know what it's gonna be.
Napoleon Dynamite?
I had a feeling. I had a feeling. That's a good one.
Because I think it might take place in Idaho.
It's one of the two, yeah. I feel like there's just sort of like an implied setting of like rural Mormon.
There's like a Utah-ness
Area.
to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Idaho. Okay, apparently it is Idaho. Oh boy. So this, I mean, obviously with my growing up in a Mormon community, I feel like it was an atomic bomb of cultural impact. Like.
Was it controversial? Was there like
Not in any way. No,
Oh,
everybody
people loved it? Okay.
People loved Napoleon Dynamite around everybody loved it, obviously, but like specifically in my high school, it was all anything anyone ever cared about. There were at least 5 distinct renditions of the dance scene performed at either assemblies or talent shows that I can recall through the course of my high school experience after that film came out. Yeah, like
we just quoted it. We didn't have that level of dedication.
I can't believe how much people liked it to the point where like it's probably infecting my perception of the critical response. I want to say this is up there and like maybe I'm going to start with audience score here, and I think it's going to be bonkers high. I'm going to go give this our highest yet. I'm going to say like an 87.
Okay, 87
for the audience
for the
score here.
audience for Napoleon Dynamite.
For Napoleon Dynamite. For the critical reception, let's keep it in that range. I'm gonna my gut's telling me 81.
Okay.
The critical response, and I do feel like I could be dead wrong about this, which would be unfortunate for the bone that you threw me, but I feel pretty good about it. Was it polarizing? People are saying. I didn't realize there was an element of controversy to it.
I don't know if it was polarizing. I think it's hard to look back and remember that this is actually like sort of a weird movie to watch.
Yeah.
Like when it has a much different tone than like your average Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson comedy from the same era. So I do think that there were a decent chunk of the population that didn't really vibe with it.
Yeah.
But I still think that you're close. I do think that this is an independent movie. We probably never would have heard about it were it not for the critics championing it when it played in 6 theaters in New York and Los Angeles. I am going to go a little lower on critics though. I'm going to give it a 70. I'm going to go 75.
Okay.
I'm going to give us that 6
Still in the ballpark
point
there,
window.
yeah.
And then I do think you know what?
You think it's that high up for the audience score? I thought I was maybe shooting for the moon a little
now
bit.
that I think about it, I actually think that with a movie like this, it's a little dry. I think we as millennials get it, but maybe it doesn't quite hit the same way for. I don't know. My parents were into Napoleon Dynamite. They weren't quoting it the way we were, but they were like, "It's really funny."
I do think, like someone in my chat just said, I think it's not as funny or popular to kids these days. Like, I don't think it's Zoomer humor at all.
There's not a single skibbity toilet. Closest thing is the time machine he buys off of eBay.
Yeah, even that though. So what are you going for audience score then?
Audience score, I will take a. I'm going to go a little lower. I'm going to disrespect it. I'm going to give it a 68 on the audience score. But it's
Wow,
really,
big
I think it
disparity.
deserves higher than that, but I think the audience might disrespect it.
Yeah. Yeah. In hindsight, I think maybe a little wishful thinking in my
I mean,
score.
it's
I'll
no
be happy
good
if it
dinosaur.
is reflected well, though.
Okay, Napoleon Dynamite,
It's all you. Yep.
2004. It has a
Mm-hmm.
72 on the tomato meter.
Come on, audience.
You
Come
say-
on, audience.
You said 81. I said 75. I'll take the 75.
Yep.
And then it has a 74 from the audience.
Oh, is that still you though?
It is still me, even though I disrespected it.
Oh man.
Don't sound so disappointed. Come on. I'm doing this is a good movie.
Yeah, it's true. It's just falling so far behind. All right, next round's double points.
Yeah. That's how they.
Yeah.
You ever wonder why they do that on the Family Feud?
Or even on like Double Jeopardy, is like, it kind of renders the entire first round meaningless.
Nobody on Family Feud, unless you win the first 3 rounds with a perfect score, which sometimes they don't even add up to 100.
Yeah.
They're always like points are doubled in the last round, or the points are tripled in the final round. What's the point, man?
Well, I mean, like Final Jeopardy almost renders the entire game
Hang on,
mood.
brother, because there's some gamesmanship in Final Jeopardy.
But it's in one moment.
It is
It
true.
all comes down to that. There's an element of gamesmanship. Certainly.
Well, because I mean, you got to do a little bit of math, and then what? Okay, so if it's you against somebody else and you're both close, are
Yep.
you gonna bet low in the expecting that you're gonna get it wrong and your opponent will overbet, or are you gonna bet high and put your nuts on the table see if you get it right? And how does that change if you have a tripolar situation where all 3 people on Jeopardy, all 3 contestants are within striking distance if you were to double their score?
More often than not, they just wager the exact amount that's going to keep them in the lead, and it's just kind of boring.
Well, if you have a runaway, but not every game's a runaway, just like 90%.
Yeah. Okay. I am up. I'm honestly, I want to bring this up just because I'm curious to see if you have seen it. A movie called Homeward Bound.
Oh, The Incredible Journey.
Yeah.
I did
Although
see
I don't
it.
know if the first one had such a subtitle.
Is this this is the 1993 movie?
The original release, yeah. Homeward
Holy
Bound,
cow.
1993, yeah.
Posters that go hard, bro.
Oh yeah, hold on a second. I gotta throw that one up on the stream. That is I mean, that's kind of accurate, actually. I was gonna say I don't know if that's entirely representative of what the movie is, but it do be getting intense.
That cat is like, get me out of here.
Yeah, I mean, that
Wait,
is
I
kind
mean,
of her
so would
attitude the whole time, too.
it is on a log traveling down the rapids. So,
They're going wild with it, man.
I have
so-
seen this.
That's good.
You ever have this
Michael
happen?
J. Fox? What the fuck? I just
He must have been the golden retriever.
Yeah, I think so.
You ever, as a kid, like be too young to appreciate the original, and then you watch the sequel for like on VHS 1,000 times, and then you get older and you're talking to people, and then you say something like, "It's crazy how Ghostbusters 2 is like so much better than the first one," and then they all look at you like you got a railroad spike through your head. That's what happened to me with this movie. Like, I think I've seen Homeward Bound once, but I've seen the sequel where they're lost in San Francisco like 1,000 times.
I mean, it's the foundation is certainly like the Homeward Bound, Lost in San Francisco, ran where Homeward Bound walked.
I bet if you
know what
were
I
to
mean?
look it up, I bet Homeward Bound 2 Lost in San Francisco fucking sucks ass. As a kid, I was like, this is incredible. They got lost again.
I honestly wonder how well Homeward Bound stands up to the test of time, because I remember thinking that this movie was epic. Like,
Dude, it is crazy.
It was a hell of a journey, and an incredible journey, if you will. The fact that Michael J. Fox plays the Golden Retriever has given me a little bit of a boost here too. I think this was probably pretty well received back in the day.
Dude, I'm in the dark here. I'm gonna say it's hard for me to believe that something so steeped in nostalgia couldn't have a high audience score.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put that at 72.
Okay.
Not insanely high. Then critics wise, I'm gonna go out on a limb, and this might be a little crazy. I'm gonna give it like a 38.
Whoa.
I think critics are a little too self-serious to give great reviews en masse to a movie that has dubbed voices talking over animals. I think talking animals that are not animated is like poison for critics.
But this was in 1993. This might be like one of the first times we ever saw this.
Well, you might be
Also,
right.
apparently,
I
it's
don't
the
know.
pit bull that's voiced by Michael J. Fox.
Oh, okay.
Which makes
Never
way
mind.
more sense now that I think about it.
Does it? I don't know.
Yeah, it was Chance. He had kind of like a happy-go-lucky, like younger vibe to him, which is definitely what I can hear. And
Well, in that,
Yeah.
you know what? In that case, knowing that, I'm gonna change my 38 to a 37.
wow, no respect.
37
Michael J.
for the critics.
I mean, I definitely feel like I got to go higher on the critics there, man. Let's go with like a 52, I suppose, somewhere along those lines. I mean, I feel like it's higher, honestly, but I got to play it a little
I see
safe
you,
as
the
far as
little
trying to get this
gamesmanship.
point going. Yeah, there you go. I'm starting to learn. Audience score, remind me what you went with?
I went with 72.
72. I think you're pretty close there. I think it's, let's go, I'm going to go 70, man. 74. I know that's not very fun, but
Now-
I think you're pretty damn close here.
Can I tell you something? I'm locking in my guesses, but I do believe that on Sunday I googled like best movies to watch on Disney Plus because
Yeah.
that's what I use on the bike. I feel like Homeward Bound might actually have 100. I think it might be like it was like all the animated movies from like 1935 to 1965, and then I was like,
Yeah.
really, Homeward Bound? But maybe that was an apparition.
You came so very close yet again with a 71 for the audience score.
Oh,
Almost
baby.
dead on once more, so that'll be another point for you. You'll be surprised to learn critics consider Homeward Bound a masterpiece of cinema.
Oh my God.
87%
Holy
on the
cow.
tomato meter. The highest I believe we've seen so far. Homeward Bound, The Incredible Journey.
And you said it would get a 52.
I did. Yeah, I'm an idiot.
That's
I don't
an
know what I was thinking.
insult.
Anybody guessing less than that, they don't got a brain in their skull.
Now, can you, just for peace of mind, can
Yeah.
you look up Homeward Bound 2, Lost in San Francisco?
Absolutely. Give me a guess, real quick.
37.
56.
Yeah,
on the
okay.
tomato meter,
They can recapture that magic twice.
A lot more importantly, 44 in the audience score. They were not.
Oh,
They were
okay.
not here for it.
That's the one where they went woke.
Right.
I don't know.
You're up.
Okay. Oh, let me think about this. Okay. It's like the don't just suggest Jim Carrey movies challenge, and I'm failing. I'm failing nonstop. You know what? How
I have a
about
lot of Jim Carrey discourse, to be fair.
Happy Gilmore?
Ooh, I like it.
I think we can sense a theme here. It's like movies that we know are certified classics of our generation.
But may not necessarily have had the audience and critics scores reflecting that opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Oh boy.
Happy Gilmore.
I've seen this. I've seen Happy Gilmore. It's a good
Oh,
movie.
I
like
spoiled
it.
myself a little bit. I just saw that it won an MTV Movie Award for Best Fight.
Oh,
so
well,
I
I'm
gotta
gonna go ahead and put the critic score at 100 in that case. Oh man, yeah. This was this was the one featuring Bob Barker, if I recall correctly, in one of the better cameos I think I've ever seen in a movie. And I'm wondering, like, when was this in the Adam Sandler arc? This was Well, this is the beginning. This is the very beginning of the Sandler arc, because this is the one that named his production company, right? So he wasn't even really like Adam Sandler yet, was he? What was the first big like Adam Sandler movie?
So Billy Madison was first.
Yeah.
And then I think this was kind of like, if Billy Madison was his Hereditary, this was like his Midsummer. It was like his nuts on the table. Let's see if it was a fluke or if he's got the secret sauce.
1,000% the first time that comparison's ever been made, but does seem reasonably
It makes sense,
accurate.
right?
Yeah, no, it checks out. Oh boy. Okay. Well, you know what? I feel like this could have been. I'm going to start audience here to keep myself in check. I think this has got to be like low 70s, because I think there's a lot of Sandler hate. Whether or not that's warranted, I think there's a lot of Sandler hate out there. A lot of people just not happy to see a regular looking dude succeed so wildly or something like that. Let's go with like a 73 audience
from
score.
the audience. Okay, understandable.
Yeah. And critics, I think, is going to be just a touch higher than that. Let's go with like a 76 critics.
Okay.
Because I think it probably was scored fairly well.
It's a tough one for me.
Yeah.
Because I think that in maybe our generation a little bit, but if you're Gen X, I bet if you asked 10 uncles at a cookout that were between the ages of
10 uncles at a cookout.
if they're all between the ages of 40 and 50, and you said, what's your favorite comedy? I think you would get at least one Happy Gilmore in the average group.
I think that's a fair
There'd
assessment.
be some Happy Gilmores, some Dumb and Dumbers. Some dude with really big circular glasses would hit you with like duck soup or some Hal Ashby stuff from like 1928. But most people would say like maybe Step Brothers, Happy Gilmore, Dumb and Dumber, Blazing Saddles, Tommy Boy, something in there. So
when
I'm
the
trying
tiny
to.
nation of Fredonia goes bankrupt, its wealthy.
Don't
benefactor-
worry about duck soup, okay? People will try to tell you it's worth your time. It's not worth your time. A guy is
91 years old. What the fuck?
It is old and not very good. Well, I don't know. It might be the best comedy ever made.
knows?
I don't like it though.
Ask Rotten Tomatoes.
It's guys. I bet it's 100. Okay, Happy Gilmore audience score.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think there's a lot of Sandler haters. I think as time has gone on, the Sandler haters have assented to the knowledge that he still has 1 to 2 heaters in his comedy collection, and this is doubtlessly one of them.
They saw Uncut Gems, and then they were like, "Oh,
That's
okay, I
of
guess
course.
he's all right."
I think even Sandler haters, they could rant about how much they hate Adam Sandler for like 20 minutes, but then if you ask them about Happy Gilmore, they'd be like, "All right, that's the exception."
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put it up at a 79.
Okay.
The critics
That's audience, yeah.
for audience, yeah. And for critics, I'm gonna pull it down a bit. You're at a 76.
Yep.
I'm gonna say they got it at. I think when it came out, they had it at a 41, and then as time has gone on, it has elevated itself into fresh territory at a 63 with the benefit of hindsight.
That's a lot lower than I thought we'd be going here, but okay.
So a 63 from the critics and a 79 from the audience.
Yep.
Now, I will bring up the tab. Happy Gilmore.
God damn it.
You're so fast at looking
I
these
know,
up.
I can't help but get out of head because I gotta know, and I get disappointed every time.
So it is a 62 on the tomato meter.
Yep. That's low. That's
Lower than it should be. You know, they're still working off. It's the long tail
right.
effect.
It's like you
of
said.
the-
It's like they're trying to recover from a pretty devastating opening.
and then a 79. Oh, I had 79. It's an 85 on the audience score.
Yeah, so that's yours too. Oh boy, man, this was. I mean, it looked a lot better when it was like 5-1, but now 15-5. That's starting to seem insurmountable. If I can just get a 2 for here at some point, man. I don't want to hold you for too long, by the way, if you wanted to do other stuff today.
I'm having a good time. It's up to you,
yeah,
really.
cool. I got another one here for you.
Okay.
Another one of my all-time favorites that I'm very curious, actually, to see the critical reception for is My Cousin Vinny.
Okay. Now this, I have seen it before. It's on my Disney Plus watch list for reappraisal.
Nice.
My,
this is all-timer for me.
my understanding of My Cousin Vinny is that it's an unassailable classic of the 1980s. I believe that Marissa Tomei was nominated for an Oscar for this.
I think that's right. Let me double check on that, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
This means critically, it must.
She won the Academy Award for Best
Holy
Supporting
cow!
Actress.
In a comedy, that's rare.
That's crazy.
Because you know how the Oscars feel about comedies. They're like best comedy ever made, something that didn't make me laugh once. Hangover, not nominated for anything.
Birdman.
What best makeup or something.
Right.
So I'm gonna say critics wise, I honestly think that My Cousin Vinny is. I'm gonna give it a 95. I'm gonna make you make the high-low choice on that one.
Okay.
And then audience score, I think the audience is full of haters. I think that 80% of people who watch a movie these days do it while scrolling through their phone at the same time, and then just come up with their.
That's me.
Dude, I will say I have a newfound appreciation for cinema. Sitting my ass down on the bike and pedaling for 2 hours to the movie. You get so distracted by the movie, you focus on every detail. You see resonance and the building of themes, and you have more appreciation for like characterization and stuff like that.
Dude, cardio cinema. When I was going hard at the gym, that was my bag.
Cardio
and I have the
cinema.
exact same opinion. Yeah, well, there's just like you
Dude.
go into a dark room and there's a big projector screen. You got a bunch of like ellipticals and treadmills and stuff in there.
That's a great business idea when interest rates come down. A movie theater with treadmills and exercise bikes.
Yeah. Honestly,
Okay.
I don't know why.
You said
I mean,
yeah,
it
but
basically-
your heart said
Well,
no.
like, the thing is it exists. Like, I don't-
No, those are gyms with TVs, okay?
they're the
This is going to
same.
be a movie theater with bikes and treadmills.
Just changing the name.
No, it's the ratio of the screen size to the amount of.
Okay, all right, yeah. Fucking, there's an element of gamesmanship.
I think critically 95, audience I'm going to say 82.
Okay, that gives me some wiggle room. Man, you got this beaten out Homeward Bound for our top critical reception so far, huh?
I know. Who would have thought?
Right. Before this started. Boy, yeah. I mean, I gotta go lower, honestly. It's just like a matter of logical thinking based on our previous.
I had to make it hurt though.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I want to stay high with it, man, but I know I gotta take this window here. I'm gonna go with an 82
On the critics.
on the critics. Audience, remind me what you went. You went like 60.
I went with
or something,
82
didn't you?
on that.
Yeah, oh no, you went 82 audience, right? Okay, that's probably where I got it from. Jeez, I do think the audience really liked this one as well. I'm gonna go 87.
87. Okay.
87 audience. I think this one was maybe one of the higher ratings overall. We'll see. I'll be disappointed, honestly, if this isn't one of the highest rated ones that we see today. I have good news.
Okay.
I am not disappointed.
Aye.
But the bad news is I think I might have still somehow lost the critics one.
What's the critics score?
Oh, no, never mind. Okay, I think I'm good. The critics was at 87,
What?
which, damn.
They
like,
put out a hit on My Cousin Vinny.
I mean, you're disappointed?
Well, because I said 95.
Oh, true. Yeah, but I mean, that's up there, man. That's pretty damn good.
My conspiracy theory about Rotten Tomatoes is that if you look at the percentage of movies that are fresh versus rotten, in the year 2000, it was like 50-50.
Yeah.
And now, in 2023, 2024, it's like 80% of movies are fresh.
Right.
So
well,
I look at this, and I know how Rotten Tomatoes works, and it's more like, did you like it or not like it? And then they take the aggregate.
yeah.
I feel like an 87 for My Cousin Vinny is like that's sacrilegious. 13% of critics said, "Nah, bro, give me Homeward Bound instead." I don't know about that.
Like, I don't disagree. I mean, obviously, I'm very biased about this one, but I mean, of all the possible bars to set as far as what we've discussed today, this definitely feels like where we should be.
At least
setting
it's high. I guess I can't argue with that.
but certainly could be higher. 87 for the audience score as well. I guess I nailed that one, so that feels good. Let's go, the twofer. I'm back in it.
Okay.
The comeback begins now.
Let me think about this one.
Yeah, you're up.
Okay.
I'm curious now. I feel like I'm gonna have to search this after the fact, but I do wonder what their actual top highest rated movies are. I'm sure you've probably seen that list once or twice.
I remember that for like 10 years there used to be Toy Story 2.
That's fair.
And then one dude was
I'm
like,
okay with that.
actually, it's mid.
I gotta meet that guy, dude.
Okay, you know what?
Let's find out what went wrong.
He's probably got a YouTube channel with like 8 million subscribers. I'm going to take you to Big Trouble in Little China.
Wow. Okay, this is left. This is not even left field for me. This is in a different ballpark, dude.
Unknown.
Big Trouble.
You don't know much about it.
Not much at all.
I'm going
know
to
of
guess
it.
that you
That's
would
about
like
the
it.
extent. Really?
Yeah, I think if you like, based on what you've said, that first off, it's right from that era, 1986.
Yeah. Right.
I think you would
Kurt
enjoy
Russell,
it.
yeah, okay.
It's like an action comedy.
Poster alone is definitely working for me. You can show this off real quick.
Jack Burton's in for some serious trouble, and you're in for some serious fun. Absolutely horrendous tagline.
Oh yeah,
that one.
I mean, this is at least Kurt Russell's mullet certainly does a lot of heavy lifting here.
So do his arms.
No kidding. This is, well, okay. So I'm honestly, like, I'm operating completely in the dark here. I'm just kind of learning everything about this now. Let's see. Kurt Russell, mid '80s. John Carpenter directed. Okay. So this is probably, I got to imagine this is pretty well received. Oh, it's a summer blockbuster too, man. Mid-July release.
They had
I
a
think
lot of
this
faith
is
in this
probably
one.
up there, man. Yeah. You should probably watch this movie. I bet I would like it. Yeah. And just all of what I've seen here so far, I'd probably enjoy this. Truck driver Jack Burton wins a bet with his friend Wang Chi. To make sure he follows through on payment, he accompanies him to the airport to pick up his Chinese fiancée, where a Chinese-American street gang, the Lords of Death, try to kidnap another Chinese girl.
It's a case of
getting
mistaken
crazy.
identity.
Yeah. I'm going to go with, I feel the critics probably lower than the audience on this one. I'm honestly pretty tempted to go very similar to the last guess that I just made. I'll change it up a little bit. Let me go with go with an even 80.
Okay, from the critics. All right.
Yep. That does put me. Let's go like. Well, actually, we did just see an exact duplicate score last time, didn't we? Yeah. So tell you what, let's go like a 78.
80, 78. Okay.
Yeah.
Having seen the movie many times, I think these are pretty good guesses, actually.
Nice.
I was just looking at how many times they say the word Chinese in the first two paragraphs.
I was feeling uncomfortable. Reading it. Yeah.
They were like, this guy's Chinese. He's marrying
Well, by the
a
way,
Chinese
from
lady.
China.
Yeah. They then track down the Lords of Death to Chinatown, by the way, where they battle two ancient Chinese warrior societies.
This is turning vaguely Trump.
Vaguely? Chinatown. Like Olivia Munn, Kim Cattrall, Samantha from Sex and the City. People, I always thought of myself more as a Miranda, really, the red hair, of course.
You're doing the fingers, right? When you're
Yes,
doing
the
this as well? I
hands.
just want to make sure. Yeah. Okay.
The bad part is I've started to do the hands in real life when I talk as well.
Oh no.
And the voice.
Oh,
People,
God.
we do the voice.
Can I
And
just
then
get a
people
couple of
say,
chimneys real
is
quick?
that Trump? And I say, it is, people. Many people say that it is. I
Just give me one or two
think
Chibleys. I just need to hear.
Chiblee, the Antifa, Chiblee, the lieutenant of Antifa. The woke mob, mafia, mama chibli. I
Where you at
think
on
I
critics
think
for this one?
your audience score I think is bang on,
Nice.
which is tough for me. I'm gonna say, although this is a cult classic, I'm gonna say some normies will watch it and be like, I don't get it, it's a little silly. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
give us some wiggle room. I'm gonna take the audience down to 72.
Okay.
And you know what? I'm gonna
What's that? How you feeling?
I
Football.
want to
Go
put
crazy.
it I want to put it at 72 72, but I'm going to pull it down a little bit. I'm going to take it and not for the meme. This is a serious matter. I'm going to
Yeah.
take it to 69 critics, 72 audience.
He's playing for the win.
I think that the critics didn't appreciate this upon release, and it's only with the benefit of hindsight that it's come up. But a lot of people from, if they reviewed this in 1986, they're not going to come back in 2023 and be like, sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I've gotten out a little ahead of you here again, but maybe we should just start doing movies that I don't know. I'm better suited for that.
Big Trouble in Little China, 1986. Now,
I might have still lost is the thing, but
Big Trouble in Little China has a 74 from the critics.
right, which all the numbers are mixing up
You-
in my mind. You had
You're
I
at
had an
80, and I'm
Yeah.
at 69, which means I take
my
that by
God.
one. But then the audience,
So many like that.
the audience gave you an 82. So
Right,
you're
I
at
think-
78, you get that
Yeah,
one.
there we go. Okay, I'll take another split.
Big respect to the audience.
We're getting there. We're crawling our way back up.
This critics' consensus in 1986, I'm sure it said, a big waste of your time. Don't go see this. Now it says, brimming with energy and packed with humor. Big Trouble in Little China distills Kung Fu B movies as affectionately as it subverts them. 1986, they were
Certified
like,
fresh.
you're stupid if you go see this. You're dumb.
Oh man, I like that one. That's a fun. I wonder if that's on a streaming service. I doubt it. I feel like that whole era of film is like gone.
You know what? I think it might be on Canadian Disney Plus.
Oh shit.
Where to watch Big Trouble in Little China? It's available on Disney Plus this is
Damn.
probably Canadian.
Yeah.
Disney Plus, Amazon Prime Video.
Oh, tell me I can buy it on Amazon.
You could
I'll
buy
watch
it
this
on
tonight, dude.
You could buy it on Google Play Movies from $4.99. You could buy it on
I
Apple
can
TV.
rent it. Let's go. I know what I'm doing tonight.
Do you have Prime Video?
Yeah.
I think you probably. Is it not just on Prime Video?
It says available to rent for $4.
Wow.
Which,
do you have
it
Disney
seems
Plus?
I do. Yeah, I can check there too.
Do you have Paramount Plus? Sling, Tubi, Stars,
I have Sling, but only for football.
CISO? Do you have CISO?
I made the foolish choice to subscribe to Sling for the NFL season. I was just kind of like giving myself an opportunity to consume the content ethically.
Right. Yeah.
Boy, was that dumb. It's honestly almost worse.
Does it work?
Yeah, it works, but
Oh,
it's just
okay.
like the matter of having to perform basically the exact same procedure to get to the content that I want to get to, where I could have done it an alternative way for not $45 a month.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah.
But then if you watch an illegal sports stream, you have to deal with like literally Adolf Hitler in the chat on the side.
Yeah.
The most insane person you've never met.
Dude was spamming. I'm trying to work. Okay. I need to look in our conversation, our football conversation, because there was a chatter. It was like Kabussi or something like that. There's a word like I think it was Kabussi, which like is some variation of pussy, right? But
Right,
like
yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't interpret it, and he would not stop spamming it, and there's no one stopping it. He was doing it for over an hour. I don't know if it was like a script this dude wrote. I don't know which is worse, if to write a script to do that or to just sit there doing it yourself. That's another guy I want to
Dude.
meet. He's probably the same dude that rated Toy Story 2 5 out of 10. How do you feel about Tom Hanks' Big?
I am compared to the mean consumer, I am a Tom Hanks hater.
Is it kind of like going from Big Trouble to just straight to Big? You're
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Hanks hater. That is a shocking development.
I'm just getting it up on Wikipedia right now.
Yeah.
I don't really like Tom Hanks.
Man,
I like
how does
it's
this
you know
never
what
come
it
up?
is. I'm letting my feelings on Forrest Gump taint how I feel about his entire filmography, which is probably not
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah,
I do think he's a great
I'm
actor.
surprised you don't like Forrest Gump either.
I think Forrest Gump it's like the Bon Jovi of movies. Which is to
In that-
say overrated, and people are shocked when you say you don't like it.
Yeah.
And I'm
fair
like,
enough.
but it's bad.
What's the best Tom Hanks movie?
I mean, Saving Private Ryan is really good.
Oh yeah, okay,
That's
fair.
a great movie. Mm-hmm. And the rest, I mean, Apollo 13 is an amazing movie.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's got some pretty damn good movies, man. Like Philadelphia. Yeah,
I haven't seen
What's
it,
up
but
there? It's
it's
quality.
that's the boxing movie, right?
I even like what's the one where is it just literally called The Terminal, or what's the one where he's in the airport?
Yeah.
and
Krakosia, the terminal.
Yeah. No, that's a pretty good movie too.
Eat shit.
Right. Yeah.
That's Steven Spielberg. Okay.
I do want us to go for Big though.
Okay, yeah. So you'd
Yeah.
forget. If I remember correctly, Big is considered, despite the insane premise, Big is considered a critical success.
Yeah,
I
think
think
so.
I think that this might be. I'm gonna give it a 92 from the critics.
Man, wow.
Because I think this also might have been on the best 100 movies to watch on Disney Plus. And then I am going to, from the audience.
I forgot about Catch Me If You Can too. Yeah. It's
It's another good one. It's crazy that dude made the whole thing up.
yeah.
Like
Well, honestly,
he
I think it's
lied
more
about
impressive.
being a liar. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's just
no,
one more
like-
grift.
That is remarkable. Like he won us all over by virtue of being like remarkably shitty.
I think that this is going to be in the same range as My Cousin Vinny audience score. I'm going to give it what you gave My Cousin Vinny. I'm going to give it an 87.
Nice. That is wow. Okay, a 92.87 for the 1988.
America loves
cinematographic-
Tom Hanks.
Yeah,
If Tom
no,
Hanks
100%.
ran for president, they would get rid of the constitutional amendment that put term limits in. He would be president until he wanted to leave. He has cross-aisle appeal.
Do you remember when he got COVID? It felt like
That was it. He got COVID, and Rudy Gobert touched the microphones, and the NBA shut down. That was all in like a
Right.
24-hour period.
right.
When
Felt
Tom
like- it
Hanks
felt
got
like we were
COVID,
mourning him already.
I know, we were like, this dude is cooked, man.
Yeah. This it is pretty clearly implied, if not outright shown, that the female lead, whose name I'm forgetting in this movie, essentially becomes a pedophile.
Yes.
So
I haven't seen it, but that is one of two things I know about it. The
don't-
other one is the big piano.
yeah. Those are the two things anyone remembers about Big. I don't think that really factored into anything as far as the critical reception goes, though. I
No,
think,
back
fact,
in the
that might just
day,
be
they
more
were
like-
probably like, that's just par for the course. They were like, whoa, that's weird.
it probably didn't even register.
Because it's kind of like, isn't it? I haven't seen it. Is it a love story, kind of?
I mean, like, I think the point of the movie, if there is one, I think is to be like, like don't take for granted what you got as a kid or an adult. It's like
Okay.
there's advantages to both, but there's also like a weird romance going on where he's a child, he's a 13-year-old in an adult body, but I think she even like finds that out.
Oh, that's got to
I
be
don't
hard for
know
her to
for
live
sure.
with. You can't just go live a normal life after you found out that you did that shit. Is she okay?
I don't think so. I think she dies at the end.
What?
No, I'm
No,
fucking with you. I don't know.
no shot, bro.
You know what? I'm gonna go a little lower. I'm gonna have to go a little lower on that. You go with a 92. It's tough to go higher than that. I'm gonna say 84. 84 critics score seems about right to me.
All right.
And then
84.
you know what? I'm gonna go with another clone this time around. I'm gonna say 84 critics, 84 audience.
Okay. Double 84s.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Tom Hanks in Big. Wow. Holy cow. That is. We have a new front runner for highest ranked film.
I knew it.
98.
98.
98. Wow. That is startling. That's the critics, and then the audience score 82.
80. Well, you got the audience score on that
Got
one.
the audience
for sure.
score. They're splitting that one again, but I'm just kind of floored. Like, holy shit. I mean, it's a good movie, sure, but like, that is an impressive score, man.
Is this the worst poster that has ever been made for any movie?
Just his grimace.
Just a picture.
Not even necessarily a smile. He almost looks like he's in pain.
It looks like the start of. It's like a magazine ad for like a medicine, but they can't tell you what the medicine's for. So it just says like, ask your doctor about this. He's like, I'm on.
It's worth a try.
I'm on proboscis. Are you?
You never know. It's multiple interpretations can be made of this face for sure.
Especially knowing what I know about the movie.
The stage direction, I mean, might have just been like, look like you got a big secret. Mm-hmm. Look like you're a little sneaky little guy.
Tom Hanks' internal monologue. I've got shit in my pants. I've got shit in my pants. Okay.
I think you are up.
Okay. I'm going to say... Let's think about this. Let's think carefully about this. I'm going to say the 1998 science fiction movie based on the TV show, Lost in Space.
Whoa, that is another. I've not even heard of this one.
Starring Gary Oldman and Matthew LeBlanc, a.k.a. Joey from Friends.
Yeah. Okay.
And also Heather Graham. That's right.
There you go.
I take it back, by the way. This is the worst movie poster I've ever seen.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad.
Bro, look
Big's
at this.
worse. Big's worse.
What
than that.
even is this? It's
Hold on,
just
I gotta
text
get a-
in space?
I got to get a higher res one because that one is. I mean, you're gonna fail in the pixel quality.
I
Well,
mean-
okay, they got the typical like casts in the shot.
Oh, maybe we're looking at a
Combined with the
different...
poster.
my Wikipedia poster is like just a metallic L and a metallic S.
Oh yeah, no, that's the one
Oh,
that
okay.
loaded up for me too. I was just they got alternatives, but they're not much better.
And then it just says Danger Will Robinson.
That's this movie.
That's this movie, yeah.
Oh, okay. That gives me a different frame of reference here. Yeah, sorry, Chad. I can't find one that's bigger than like 180 by 300 for the
This
poster.
it did come out like 25 years ago.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So this at least had enough impact for that line to have.
So I'm gonna
whatever
save
lifespan
you
the film had.
from yourself a little bit.
Please.
Because this movie did not originate the line. The line is from the TV show from like the 1960s.
Okay, so that does change things a bit.
This
Stephen
film has
Hopkins,
no lasting legacy whatsoever, and you can take
Oh, boy.
that for what
That
you
does.
will.
I mean, that certainly makes me feel a little bit better about my complete unfamiliarity with it. Should I know Stephen Hopkins? Is that like that's the director?
I
don't
do
know if
not.
He's done anything.
You know
Okay.
what? You stay there. I'm going to look up
Yeah.
Stephen Hopkins here. I'm happy to give you more information.
Please, yeah. I am. Although honestly, like I feel weirdly more confident about being in the dark here.
Well, does it help you to know that he directed A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child?
Oh yeah, 1,000%.
He also directed several episodes of 24.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna be. Tell you what, let's call this like no lasting legacy. The entirety of the production seems pretty forgettable. Let's go with like a 55 critics reception here, something along those lines. And then this does kind of feel like a movie that might have a few people going to bat for it. So I'm going to go a little higher on the audience. I'm going to go with like a 67.
Okay,
So
55 for the
critics
critics.
55, audience 67. Yeah.
I, having lived through this, I have a scar for this movie as well. I'm going to spoil it because it's not very good.
Okay.
Gary Oldman plays Dr. Smith or whatever his name is. He gets halfway through the movie, he gets bit by an alien creature, like a bug.
Okay.
And he goes, "Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it." And then they kind of like time travel, and you figure out that Gary Oldman, he actually is now transformed into like an alien bug, and it's so scary. Like when I was 10, I got nightmares
You had to
watching
hide
this.
in the back seat of the car for that one.
Exactly. But the worst part is I watched it on our 19-inch TV, and it still scared me. That's how you know.
That's like what we had. We were rocking one of those with like the built-in VCR.
Yeah.
So like when we were moving like state to state for the military days, we would always have like the van set up with the family where we had like a blanket draped between the middle and the back seat.
Of
So we
course,
had like
yeah.
a little makeshift movie theater with the 17-inch VCR TV combo propped up on the blanket. So it was pretty
Dude, that's
dope.
kind of sick.
It was pretty good. Yeah, we had honestly like the difficulty of cross country moving multiple times as children was kind of outweighed by the good memories that we created with like the road trips and like swimming in hotel pools and stuff like that.
Something
good
a
time.
hotel pool does hit different.
Also, the artist Hotel Pools is quite good.
I've
just
never-
as an aside,
I've never heard of them.
I recommend them.
My problem with the hotel pool, the hot tubs have gotten too popular.
Yeah,
I feel like when I was a kid, there was always like one old dude in the hot tub with a gold chain.
that's true.
And
True,
now
yeah.
every hot tub is at capacity, like 100% of the time.
I can't even remember the last time I got in a hot tub, dude.
I hate them. They always feel like I think I get hot faster than the average person. I always feel like I'm
Yeah.
gonna have a heart attack.
I mean, it is just like human soup too.
Like I get in and then I'm like after a minute, I'm like I have to get out and jump in like ice water.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you were never one to like. Well, this might have been a uniquely Utah experience as well. But my parents had a hot tub, and as kids, we would get in the hot tub and then get out and like roll around in the snow and like
That's
the middle of
sick.
January and then get back
That
in the
is
hot
cool.
tub. That was a good time.
All right. I honestly, I'm gonna go crazy. I think this has an 8 on Rotten Tomatoes, like from the
God
critics.
Damn. Okay.
But I definitely, I think it's gonna be. I'm gonna take it a step. I'm gonna take it down to 5. That's
Wow.
And there's no games reason why I would do that. I'm going nuts on the table. I think
So
this is
confident. Yeah, okay.
reviled by critics.
My goodness.
Now, I think this is one of those situations where the audience is going to like it more, but I wouldn't put it as a red tomato. I think it's going to be firmly in green splat territory.
I'm starting to feel bad about my 67.
I'm going to give it a 41. I'm going to go 5 and 41.
Okay. That is a if you get this on that critics score, I'm gonna have to give you bonus points, I feel like, because that is a bold choice.
I mean, it's low, but this movie is really bad. But apparently it's not that bad.
Wait, okay. I'm looking at the different version of it.
Yeah, the
I
TV
pulled up
show, every
Yeah,
TV
right.
show on Rotten Tomatoes says 100%
right.
for some reason. 27% from the critics.
Boy, so you still got it.
I did. It turns out 5 is still
That's
closer.
incredible.
And the 24, rare, can I say rare audience dub? Because this
Yeah.
movie is trash, but they trashed it even more than the critics trashed it.
Yeah, man. Goddamn. That's brutal. So what was it? It was repeat the scores real quick.
27 for the critics
Yeah.
and 24 for the audience.
Holy cow.
This is also the most photoshopped movie poster I've ever seen in my entire life.
There's apparently there's a 2018 version of it on Netflix.
Yeah, the TV show apparently is pretty not bad.
Yeah, they got an 84.
But I don't know if they ever made, like, I think they did a second season, And then they did the Netflix thing where
Yeah.
like, the day after it came out, they were like, it's been watched by more than 137 billion eyeballs. And then 2 days after it comes out, they're like, we regret to inform you that it has been canceled and everybody
Yep.
involved with it has been killed.
Yep, exactly. Womp womp. All right. I think that brings us back to me, right?
Yeah. Dude, I'm being insulted by this Rotten Tomatoes algorithm. You remember the movie Showtime with Robert De Niro and Eddie Murphy?
Vaguely, yeah.
I've wiped it from my memory completely.
Hold on, let me see if I'm even thinking of the right movie.
Lights?
No, I am not. I was thinking of, how the fuck was I thinking of Hairspray? No, I was 100% thinking of the movie Hairspray. Which, spoiler, Eddie Murphy is not in.
Oh man.
Nor is Robert De Niro.
I don't
know
believe
where I
Robert
got
De
that.
Niro's in that either.
I don't know how, because I was definitely thinking of John Travolta's character in Hairspray.
Oh,
That's
man.
what that led me to, and I got no shame about it. Oh boy, speaking of being shameless, how about a little Robin Hood Men in Tights?
All right, this is a tough one for me.
Yeah.
Robin Hood.
What's your experience with Robin Hood Men in Tights?
This is the parody, the satire.
100%.
Okay. I remember that my parents rented this from the video store and I watched it, but I do not recall anything about it, and I don't believe I've seen it since. This has John Malkovich in it, or is he in the Kevin Costner one?
No, yeah, I think you're thinking of the other one. This is Carrie Elwes, the Princess Bride dude.
Yeah,
who's the lead, and then it's got Dave Chappelle, Richard Lewis, who I think is from, what the heck was he in?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Curb Your
and-
Enthusiasm. Yeah, exactly. And then Isaac Hayes was in this. That's weird.
Dave Chappelle.
Yeah. Oh, Tracy Ullman.
You know what's funny?
so-
As a kid, I never realized that this poster was like satirical. Like
Right.
I just thought, like, wow, he must be really good. He's firing like
He's just
a bunch of
badass,
arrows.
yeah. I mean, he looks pretty confident about it.
I
remember loving this movie, man. I don't know if I could still enjoy it today, but I definitely remember having fond memories of this movie.
Mel Brooks is funny.
Yeah.
My parents
I mean-
went crazy for this. So I think right after Robin Hood Men in Tights, he made a movie with Leslie Nielsen called Dracula Dead and Loving It. And I remember watching that with my parents and my grandparents, and all four of them like died laughing.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
as an adult, I like looked it up on Rotten Tomatoes. Shit has like a 2 out of 100.
Dude, I thought Leslie Nelson at least would be. It's like a 50-point boost on its own.
He's really funny, but he has been in a lot of garbage. Can I, Chad? I need your phone a friend on this one. He also did a movie that takes place on like an intergalactic cruise that came out maybe 2001, 2002. That was insanely garbage, and my parents rented it from the video store, and they died laughing again.
I love
But
that.
I can't remember the name at all.
Oh, that's so good.
Okay.
He did fucking Naked Gun, Airplane, Police Squad.
2001, A Space Travesty. That's it.
Oh man, that's good. I like that.
All right. Okay, I think that this is Mel Brooks, but not at his most well-respected.
Yeah.
I'm going to say critics gave it a 64. Sometimes when satire hits, it can get into the 100s, but sometimes it's hit or miss.
Yeah.
And then for the audience, I'm going to say that this is a likable movie. It's easy to laugh alongside of. I'm going to give it a 73 for the audience.
Nice. I like that. 64, you said?
64 and 73.
Nice. Okay. I think I'm gonna go a little higher. Either way, I want to go with a 71.
71
score?
from the critics.
71
Okay.
critics. Yeah, let's go up to like a. I think this is something the audiences, even today, are likely scoring fairly high. I'm trying to remember, like, there's not really anything all that problematic either, especially for a movie that came out about this time and to be like a parody movie. It's pretty tame.
Robin Hood
Overall.
continues to get more based in the modern sense.
Exactly. So I'm going to go with like a 79 audience score on this one.
71
good
and
about that.
79.
So, and then it was your 64 and 72?
73.
73. I think I got a shot on this one at least.
Oh, man.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Did you get there already?
I didn't know. I'm just looking at the poster.
Wow. This was a critical failure. 42
42.
on the tomato meter for this one.
Okay,
From
after
critics.
this, look up Dracula Dead and Loving It.
All right, yeah, but let's. I think we're splitting again on this one. I think you got the critics. 81
81 from the
For the
audience.
audience
You were
score.
you were very close.
Very close, yeah. I'll take another split there. Okay, so it was a space travesty,
Oh
right?
yeah. That should be like a 3% from the critics. I'm gonna
Yeah.
say 21% from the audience.
No critical rating. It's got 3 reviews
It's a Canadian classic.
and 17.
That's
audience
really
score.
you know how
Yeah,
bad a
that's-
movie has to be for 17% of
That's
people to like
pretty
it.
fucking low. There's 10,000 ratings, dude. There's a lot of people.
This movie went
saw this.
crazy in Scarborough, man.
Okay,
Oh man.
that's the lowest audience score I think we've seen today too, isn't it?
It should be like the lowest audience score ever invented.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you're up.
I'm gonna hit you with let me think about this. Trying to pull from a theme.
Yeah.
We've done Adam Sandler, we've done Jim Carrey. This is the two we've done Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks, we've done Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson. Have we done we've done Mel Brooks? Have we done Mel Gibson?
Oh, right. Yeah, we did Mel Brooks. Yeah, I got him confused. I
Two
don't think we've
different
done Mel Gibson, yeah.
don't try to Gibson my
I
Brooks. It's
probably
an insult
shouldn't
to
do
Brooks.
that. Yeah, 100%. We haven't done a Gibson, though.
We haven't done a Gibson. If we were to do a Gibson,
Passion of the Christ.
I was thinking about it, but I'm not that well versed in the Gibson filmography.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, we've both seen the one, I'm sure, but
Are we talking about Braveheart?
I'm not talking about Passion. No, yeah, Braveheart.
I've seen half of Braveheart, I think.
I've seen Braveheart.
You know what? Let's go with something in that vein.
Okay.
The #1 movie to test out your uncle's Dolby Digital 5.1 surround sound system he put in his home theater. Can you guess what it is?
Highlander?
You have a cool ass uncle. Because I was thinking of Gladiator.
Oh, sure, yeah. Absolutely. You just got me in that ballpark.
My uncle doesn't know shit about Highlander.
Yeah, mine died.
Well,
Okay, Gladiator. Yeah, I have seen this as well. Let me get that
Ridley
Wiki
Scott
page
classic.
picked up though. Yeah, it's a good movie, man.
Russell Crowe, Joaquin Phoenix, Connie Nielsen, Thomas Arana, El Rata Arana, Jaman Hunsu.
Inspired by Daniel P. Mannix's 1958 book, Those About to Die.
Subsequently
Salute you.
titled The Way of the Gladiator. That's how you
That
know
makes more
your
sense,
movie made an impact. This bro went
Had to
back
change the name of the
40
fucking
years
book.
later. He's like, this book's actually called Gladiator.
Oh, that's good. Oh boy, this has got to be up there. I would be shocked if this was not at least 80 plus, both critical and audience reception. This movie's still talked about, I feel.
To
Hell,
this
like a
day.
Hans Zimmer soundtrack, dude. Come on, that's an instant plus 20.
Ridley Scott keeps chasing the dragon. Once every 3 movies, he's like, it's Gladiator again.
What has he put out since then?
Dude, The Last Duel is really, really good.
Really?
It is 2 hours and 30 minutes long. So it's
That's
it's a long one.
That's the Matt Damon one, right?
It's Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Neither of them talk in a Boston accent.
Oh, come on.
It's Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, and Adam Driver. And it's
Oh,
it's a little like you see the same events from multiple perspectives, and in seeing it each time, it illuminates something different about the event, but also raises the ambiguity about the event.
Yeah, that does sound pretty good. I'm going to go with We get an 86. 86 critics score.
I think that's a great guess.
And I'm going to say audiences is a little lower. I'm going to put that on an 81. I'm pretty happy with that.
It's tough to get any meat off those bones. I
Picked them dry.
Here's what I think. Here's my understanding of Gladiator as someone who's seen it many times. When it came out, best movie ever made.
Yeah.
That held for 6-7 years. Then people started to be like, actually, it's not quite historically. Everyone became a realism Andy for a while.
Yeah.
Gladiators didn't actually fight like that. And actually, I remember many of the gladiators didn't live in prison. They all got to live as celebrities. And then,
And why weren't they naked? I want to see Russell Crowe's dong.
well, be that as it may. I think as time has gone on, we've gotten out of the valley and people are like, this is true cinema again.
Right.
So on 86, I think 86 is a great guess. That's tough, man. Can I also say, just
Gotta come
reading
back, dude.
reading this synopsis, I'm losing my mind. It's the second highest grossing film of 2000 behind Mission Impossible 2? Oh my God. What?
I mean, that's Cruise, dude.
The
He's in
only
his own
bad
fucking
one?
universe. I mean, it's still like he
It's
put out
okay.
the Top Gun, made like $1 billion a couple years ago, didn't it?
Yeah, it did make a lot of
Still
money.
got it, man.
Oh man. Okay, I had to go nuts on the table. I though it pains me, I'm going to take a flat 80 for Gladiator.
Okay.
In
That's about
my
where you got to go, I think, for the gamesmanship element.
that's the thing. I think it's gonna be 84, but I'm not gonna play 85. It just makes you like a scumbag. If this was The Price is Right and there was a dining set on the line, then
Yeah.
I'm going $1 over. But and then
And
the
you
critics.
can tell looking at me that I need that dining set.
I always wonder who's on The Price is Right, and they're like, "Oh, sick! I don't have a bed and a dresser." Like, wouldn't that just be annoying?
I'm
You're
glad
like,
to have an extra. now.
like I won the prize, and now I gotta like sell my old furniture,
Yeah,
unbox the
they're
new
just
stuff,
giving
and
you a
build it.
chore.
Like,
exactly.
that's no fun, man. Mm-hmm. Like a car,
I mean-
at least you can hawk it, but
Well, the thing about the car is they get fucked on taxes, right? Like, yeah, you probably end up paying more for the taxes on the car than you make from it.
it's true. And it's never like, even like a Honda Civic. It's always like a 2-door rear-wheel drive manual Chevy Spark. And then you're
They're
like,
just trying to get rid of.
like in my head, I'm like, a
inventory.
car is at least $20,000, and then it turns out that son of a bitch is like $13,862.
Yeah,
I'm like,
75
my
cents,
God.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say
So you
the
went with
audience is unassailable on this one, though. I'm gonna say the audience loves it. I'm gonna say they're at an 80. I'm gonna go 89. Might be the highest score we've
That's
seen
about
today.
Yeah, that's about where I pegged you on that one. Yeah, so that's you got an 80 and an 89.
An 80
compared
and
to
an
my
89.
86 and an 81. All right, let's hear it.
All right, I have to look it up. My
Yeah, that's all
mistake.
you. Yes. Well, someone will get it eventually.
Rotten Tomatoes, Gladiator, the year 2000.
You're so fucking good at this, and I don't know why I'm surprised.
Holy, I am.
It's insane, dude.
It's a 79 from the critics and an
You're-
87 from the audience.
You're a grand total of 3 percentage points away from nailing it for both. That is outrageous.
I didn't realize he is MF Doom.
Oh yeah, is that? Whoa, hold on a second. Is that actually what it's?
That's Russell Crowe.
Yeah, I know, but that's his mask.
That's the
Doom's
mask, yeah.
I didn't realize that's modeled after that 100%. That is the exact same mask. That's fun to know. I had no idea that was the case.
I always thought it was a Doctor Doom thing.
Well, I thought it was like a plague doctor mask. I don't know. I never really thought about it much. Now that I'm thinking about it now. Yeah, if you Google it, yeah, it's exactly the same. Okay, I think I'm up. Do you happen to know? I feel like this might be one that you actually just like looked up out of curiosity. Do you happen to know the Rotten Tomato score for the Five Nights at Freddy's movie?
No.
Okay, good. Let's do that.
But I can hazard a guess.
I would hope you would. Yeah.
I think this is a great choice. I think you've chosen a very interesting one to discuss. Because
I
my
think so, too.
hunch is that, first off, I do know that it became Blumhouse's highest grossing
Yes.
movie theatrically,
Wildly successful. Yeah.
which is crazy.
Yeah.
I can't shake the feeling that critics would not know what to do with this, irrespective of
Yeah.
the quality of the film.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the audience is the crazy part. I think the audience is going to be much higher than the critics, but I don't
agree.
think it's going to be like in the 70s. So I'm going to go audience. People are going to be surprised by this one. I'm going to say 56. I don't think it crosses into red tomato.
Okay.
And I think it's going to be, from the critics, 20. I'm going to go 20. I can't bring myself to do 28. I'm going to do 27. 27 critics, 56 audience.
What's the okay? Oh boy, I can't fight the feeling that this is like the audience score is gonna blow us away. Like I think there's gonna be a large Five Nights fan base.
80 plus.
Yes, or like I'm gonna go 76.
76.
For the audience
Okay.
score. I do think that it's going to like absolutely shock us how high that audience score is. And I think you're in the ballpark with critics. I can't imagine this being over a 50. I would be shocked by that as well. Let's go with like a 42.
42.
42 critics.
I love that neither of us have seen it, right?
No,
So
absolutely. not.
we talked about Gladiator for like 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Five Nights at Freddy's were like, just send it.
I mean, I honestly, I feel pretty good about this. All right. Five Nights at Freddy's. It's like 5 months ago. Starring Josh Hutcherson.
Yes. And
Yeah.
Matthew Lillard.
I am vindicated.
Oh, okay.
Audience score 87.
That shit is fraudulent.
Insane.
You can take your
That
point.
is
That's fraudulent. I want to see
one of the
verifiable.
fucking highest scores
I want to
we've
see
seen.
IP address audits for all of the voters. I don't want to see any duplicated IP addresses.
That is nuts.
I want to see a piece of photo identification from everybody that voted.
Remind me your critical score?
27.
27. You got me there. It's a 32
32.
on the tomato meter. Yeah. Not a big surprise on that one, but that audience score, yeah, I was pretty ready to be floored by that.
87.
It was nutty.
Forgive me. I'm not trying to diminish the fact that you had your finger on the pulse. Is it possible that 20% of those reviews are ironic 10s? You know how people leave like
not even possible, but likely. Yeah.
it's like you know how Steam reviews with like 10,000 hours, they give it a thumbs down and go like it's not very good,
Yeah.
or they'll review like a calculator app and be like thumbs down, no sex.
This movie has everything for the fans of this beloved worldwide phenomenon of a video game franchise. When we watched this movie opening night, the crowd was insane from beginning to the very, very end credits scene.
Yo, what about the movie, bro?
I think this is the best video game movie of 2023. I think that's correct. Like, they're not wrong in that assessment.
People like the Super Mario Brothers movie. I haven't seen it myself.
Okay, true.
Though.
Yeah, they actually do have some valid competition from that year. Matthew Lillard nailed it. And the practical effects from Jim Henson's Creature Shop was possibly the best thing about the movie.
That is cool.
I don't know, man. I think this is just heartfelt praise from the people that love it.
It made $300 million, which is
That's
pretty.
fucking crazy.
That is insane, man.
$20 million budget, too. That's like, I thought it'd be a
Holy
higher
cow.
budget than that, at least. Good God. All right, there you go. Five Nights at Freddy's.
I literally thought it was just about a puppet that goes insane. There's a whole lore here. There's a guy, the guy who made the puppets trapped some people's souls in the puppets or something.
Got some Saw shit? What the hell?
And it is like one of them is based on like his late wife or something like that. There was a fire at a birthday party 30 years ago.
It is violent. Holy shit.
That's all I know.
Straight up getting murdered in this movie.
I legitimately thought it was just like
What's it rated?
NC-17,
Oh, God.
X.
Yeah.
They still do that?
I think so. I don't think they actually like put them in theaters, though.
You remember when they used to come out with like PG-13 comedies, and then when they came out on DVD, it would be like the unrated version.
Unrated,
and
uncut, uncensored.
it would be like exactly the same movie, but halfway through, someone would pop a titty out.
There's a booby.
Yeah,
that's
and
it.
you'd be like, "Wow, red band!
Got the real experience, bro.
Holy
Okay.
cow!"
We probably got time for like one more each, something like that.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, Five
right, you're
Nights
up.
at Freddy's. You sent me for a loop with that. Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, how about take
I
me
like
back.
that we're kind of like on a spectrum here. You're bringing us back in like the
I'll
80s
say.
and 90s, and I keep bringing us back to the modern.
Well, I'm going to split the difference on this one. How about
Okay.
School of Rock?
Oh, I love it, dude. Still happy to sit down and watch this in its entirety any day. Great movie.
I mean this as a compliment. You strike me as a Jack Black enjoyer.
I love Jack Black.
Me too.
I mean, I haven't really ever like gone out of my way to consume his stuff, but everything that I've ever seen of him, I love. And, like including like his YouTube channel, for God's sake. Like he's such a fun presence. How do you not like Jack Black? He's
That's
great.
precisely my thoughts. You know what I just noticed? I never realized until, looking at it now, the poster is meant to look like a Rolling Stone magazine cover.
Oh yeah.
That's
100%.
a nice little nod. As a kid, I never noticed that.
Yeah, no, totally seeing that. That's cool. Wonder what all these kids are up to.
I know because of Cine 2 Nerdle, I know this has Miranda Cosgrove, who
Yes.
then became iCarly.
And then became iCarly again a couple years ago.
iCarly Go to Japan is a
iCarly-
Cine Nerdle kill shot.
Oh, that's like the actual new one.
I think it's from 2007, actually.
No, they rebooted the TV series though. They like have a lot of the same cast again. They couldn't bring back what's her name?
Worms?
The Janet McCurdy, who wrote that book that was really good. I'm glad my mom died. Her little,
I know
autobiography?
her and I know the book, but I did not know that she was her.
yeah, she describes in the book actually the fact that she didn't want to go back on the show because it felt like a regression. But
Yeah,
a good
that's very true.
yeah, man, yeah, I love this movie. School of Rock, I think, had to have been well received. This might even be like one of the higher rankings we see today. Not a lot to hate about this one, right? Like we've had like the Sandler hate, we've had the Hanks hate, which is like rational or not is a factor. I don't think Jack Black has the same kind of detractors.
I think that society tried to hate Jack Black in the same way that they did to Jim Carrey, but it didn't take. I think he tanked it and shrugged it off.
I made Nacho Libre, for God's sake. Come on. I think this is going to be like 87 audience. Let's go with like an, actually, the evil realistic part of my brain is bringing me back down here. And I think actually that this critic score is going to be a little lower. Let's give it like a 73. 73 critics, 87 audience.
Okay.
I do think that if that audience is below 80, I'm going to be upset.
I think your audience score is bang on. I think there's not a lot to gain there. I'm going to take it a step higher on the critics.
Okay.
I think this is one of the most likable. It's a Rotten Tomatoes classic because it might not be anybody's. Well, maybe it might be some people's favorite movie, but
Anybody favorite movie? School of Rock, hands up.
I bet there's a few. But it's a hard movie to dislike. I have a hard time seeing anybody with a soul watching this and going, that wasn't a good use of my time. So I'm going to take it up to, I'm going to go an 89 on the critics.
Sure.
And on the audience, I really feel like you're on an 87. You're in a good spot.
You going to go higher?
You know what? I'm going to play high-low with you. I'm going to drop an 88 on it. I mean, if Five Nights at Freddy's was an 87, this should be about 132. So
I agree. Yeah, that mathematically checks out to me. You're up.
okay, Five Nights. Oh, sorry, School of Rock.
Five Nights at the School
I gotta
of Rock.
watch Five Nights at Freddy's. Apparently, it's the best movie ever made.
Yeah, I guess so.
School of Rock.
I'm gonna look up what the main kid from School of Rock is doing while you're doing that.
What did I miss? Okay, School of Rock, 92 on the critics score.
Wow, I love that. That is shocking, but that's fantastic.
You're not ready for this. I don't know if I can be the bearer of bad news.
Don't tell me.
First off,
It's
you get the
below,
point. You get the
below
point.
80?
It's-
I do get the point. Okay, that's good.
It's
At least
below
we'll
80.
split.
It's below 75.
What the fuck?
It's below 70.
Don't stop this.
It's below 65.
You have to stop doing this. This is causing me physical pain.
It's 64.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
How does this happen?
I don't think that this website can be relied on as like an accurate aggregation anymore. What the hell happened?
1 second here. I'm
Who's
scrolling.
responsible for this? Who do I have to write an angry letter to?
I'm scrolling down to the user reviews.
This has got 250,000 ratings. It is 64?
This is crazy.
No. This is the angriest I've been today by far. This is not acceptable.
Don't get me started.
Every review I'm reading is like 4 or 5 stars. Like, yeah, it's great. I love it. There's not even any bad reviews I can see. Sort by. There's no sort by. God damn it.
Marisol was
upsetting.
cooking. What did Marisol say? I'm genuinely
Rock
baffled as
just
to why
doesn't
School
rock.
of Rock is so well received. Linklater's tribute vehicle to a beloved genre plays like a B-rate effort that Disney dusted off, patched together, and pushed out in the wake of Freaky Friday's punkish success. What do you
Please.
go back
No.
to university,
No.
Poindexter?
Get out of here with that absolute
You
nonsense.
nerd alert.
Do me a quick favor and Google Joey Gatos Jr., by the way, who was the lead guitarist in that movie, and look at what he looks like now and be pleasantly surprised.
Joey?
Because
Gatos.
he has become his
Jr.
character, as far as I can tell.
Yep. Yeah, I can see that.
I'm a big fan of his look now.
He looks, this is the dumbest thing to say about a person. It's like he looks the same, but older. He looks like
Yeah.
he looks like the kid version of
I feel like I
himself
gotta
if
show
he
Chad at
became
this
an
point. I mean,
adult.
there's Legit rock star.
Joey was born
stuff.
on
All right,
April
I'm up.
18th. Oh, did I delete
This
myself?
will be my last one,
I think I did.
worth 10 points apiece.
Hang on. I gotta say this, man. This is so good.
Yeah.
Joey Gatos Jr. was born April 18th, 1991. He started playing the guitar at the age of 3, but didn't really get in touch with it until he was about 8 years old or so. Lazy!
Yeah,
Dude.
I mean,
Took the dude 5 years to get in touch with the guitar? Come on,
guys just
bro.
get all the breaks, huh? All right. All right, let me get one of my best here to round things out. I was tempted to go with one or both of Barbenheimer, just to.
I
You
think
know what? Actually, I have this in my list, and this was also just recommended in chat, so this does feel like a good way to close out here.
Okay.
Let's go with Johnny Knoxville's The Ringer.
Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get me in trouble because it's
This is a
my
conversation,
favorite
dude.
movie ever.
It is? What?
No,
Oh, I
no,
love
it's
that.
not. It's not.
Oh, I was going to be so excited about that conversation.
So this is the movie where Johnny Knoxville pretends to qualify for the Special Olympics so he can win some easy money.
Correct. He owes, or sorry, no, his uncle Gary owes $40,000 in gambling debts and suggests that they fix the Special Olympics in order to solve both of their financial problems.
Irrespective of everything else, how crazy is it that Johnny Knoxville had and continues to have like some crossover success as an actor?
I don't get how it happened.
The dude was like taking shots to the testicles with a paintball gun, and
Yeah.
Hollywood said, "I need that guy to be like the lead actor in this
Like
movie.
when did the switch take place? Because it was like a direct transition. His first film role, as far as I can tell, was in Men in Black 2,
Okay, yeah.
which is remarkable in and of itself.
Is he the guy who gets his head blown off and then it grows back? Or is that I'm
I think
thinking of
that's in the
Tony
first one,
Shalhoub?
isn't it?
He's a guy who talks really fast. No,
Is
he is. Wait, okay. Johnny Knoxville's the guy with two heads. I knew it was something head related with this guy.
Okay. And then Dirty Shame and Walking Tall, Dukes of Hazzard, then The Ringer. Like, he'd only really had like bit roles.
Yeah,
I think this was his
bad
first lead role, right?
Well, he's the lead in
yeah.
Dukes of Hazzard, but the movie shouldn't exist.
Right.
But he acts circles around Jessica Simpson.
I mean, he's top billing in Dukes of Hazzard.
I mean, it's him and Sean William Scott and
okay,
and Jessica Simpson.
Never mind. Just top billing by default. I mean, okay, so like, I do think that this movie was a success. I doubt that the critical response was very favorable, but I think it did well. Like, it was talked about. It was people liked it, I think, but I'm pretty sure the critical.
Here, give me the disadvantage because you suggested the movie.
Okay.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to say that the critics, I bet they did not vibe with this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it at a 32.
Okay.
And I'm gonna think that the audience, this whole Five Nights at Freddy's thing has
It's really thrown a stick in the fucking gears,
it's
man.
thrown my
That's for
compass.
sure.
All it's spinning around. I think that it's going to have a 70 even from the audience. I'm going 32-70.
3270. Okay. I'm gonna go for a possibly baffling move here, but I'm gonna say that the critics' response to this was not bad. It's not good, but I don't think it was bad. I think it was like a 55.
This is probably
55
like
critics.
the only movie where people would say like you can't make movies like this anymore, but it's actually true.
Right. Yeah. No, like, you can't release this today.
Someone
for
would
fuck's
blow
sake.
up your house.
Absolutely. Audience, you went 70, right?
70 from the audience, yeah.
I'll hit you with a 60.
Okay.
60 audience. Pretty close.
60 audience.
All right, let me get this looked up. Keep in mind, these are worth 10 points each, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
It's only fair.
A 40 on the tomato meter
From the critics, okay.
from the critics. So I guess it's still out of reach for me.
But the audience score is worth 20 points, as we
Right.
know. Or 21.
Hey, and the audience scores 68.
Well,
Wow.
okay. Well, unfortunately, did I say 20? I'm in negative 20.
Negative 20, right. Yeah, so that does put you at a resounding 9, which means at the end of the day here, I did end up winning. Wow, look at me go. All right. A fun, even fight. All thing, no, okay, you got yourself a...
Steve reluctantly enters the Special Olympics under the guise of being a high-functioning young man named Jeffy Dahmore.
This movie has come true.
No,
According
it
to Patrick.
hasn't. This has never happened.
Oh, man. Final score, Bear 12, Northernlion 26. Bear clap. Well done.
Good game.
Again,
Good game.
shouldn't be surprised. The competitive side of me was hoping it would make it like a little more respectable, but you didn't run away with it at the end. That was fun, man. I enjoyed that.
I loved this. Now I have a piece of paper as a keepsake as well with all of our scores written down.
That's adorable.
It
That's
actually
good.
looks like a degenerate gambler sheet from like a horse racing track.
Yeah. I thought we could either do this again at some point, or I thought it would be fun to do guess the Metacritic score.
See, now that's a whole different beast because that's actually like how people. That's nuts on the table. It's not
Yes.
did you thumbs up, thumbs down. It's like is this past lives or Lost in Space?
Mm-hmm.
I would 100% be down.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, cool.
Good
stuff.
stuff. Good stuff.
All right, take it easy, man.
You as well.
See you.
Later. That was a lot of fun. Thank you to Bear for setting it up, by the way. Let me also say, with God as my witness, I was not joking. From 2002 until probably 2010, back when websites existed instead of just platforms, Rotten Tomatoes was one of like 5 websites I went to, I would say on average, probably 1 time per day. So some of these scores, a lot of people are saying, how does NL know these? How does he have his finger on the pulse of Rotten Tomatoes? Because I digested it daily like a multivitamin for a decade when my brain still had neuroplasticity. So I have a sense, not a perfect sense, but I have a sense for the kind of movies that tend to have done well with critics versus audiences and vice versa. Can I ask why? Because, I lived in the suburbs. Like a movie would come out and you'd be like, should I see this? And then most of the time, back then, they were like, no. Nowadays, they're like, yeah. And then you watch it and you're like, what the fuck? This isn't that good. Hang on, Kate is already live. What do you mean? Well, back in my day, something getting a 72 on Rotten Tomatoes actually meant something. That meant you would go see it and you would leave the theater and be like, that movie was pretty good. Nowadays, a 72, you're leaving the movie theater and you're going, I didn't hate it. And then, because it's a fucking joke these days, man. That's all I got. Every Marvel film is a 90 plus. Yeah, because they're likable. Are they lovable? Well, they were when we were all psyoped for like 6 or 7 years. I'm telling you, I want to see like a plot of time on the x-axis and average Rotten Tomato score on the y-axis. My toxic conspiracy theory, I believe that the average Rotten Tomatoes score of the median movie is like 11 points higher than it was 20 years ago. Do you feel like movies are 11 points better than they used to be? Well, let's wait to talk about that until we get the facts, but it's because critic is a wide net now. That's true. I did see somebody say in chat, they're like, when you started reading Rotten Tomatoes, it was all people who were movie reviewers for newspapers, and now it's just angry dudes with a YouTube channel. Which is crazy. Is why, whoa, hang on. Here's a stat. In 2009, the average tomato meter score was 46%, and it was at that level for much of the 2000s. By 2019, the average score had climbed up to 62%, an important milestone since 60% is the dividing line between a fresh film and a rotten one. It's 13 points up. So first off, egg nose ball. Secondly, well, what's, to be fair, the average movie, instead of being, I hate to be like an old curmudgeon. I feel like the movie industry has gotten worse. I feel like there's been good things. There's been like the rise of independent and foreign cinema being much more easily available, where I live, at least in North America. I do feel like they produce less Hollywood slappers, especially mid-budget action movies and comedies. But the average movie might actually be 13% better than it was in the year 2000. But the average movie is still pretty bad. Back in the day, I was watching a lot of average movies because, like, only 3 movies I knew about came out weekly. So you'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll watch fucking The Skeleton Key with Kate Hudson or whatever. Nowadays, 3,000 movies come out a day. So I'm like, the only shit I'm going to watch is Ridley Scott's The Last Duel. Anyway, I'm going to send you over to my wife's stream. Enjoy yourself, and I will be back tomorrow, which is Tuesday. I don't know what we're going to do, but we'll figure it out. Later.